Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Cannot have no copyright infringements around here. So I look like I have to go Jamaican when I speak, meaning my Jamaican dialect. Less English to confuse the enemy. Hey, what's up, Geely? Yeah, I have to confuse the enemy around here. Satan, take for yourself. Take for yourself. In the words of Mr. Vegas, take for yourself. Take for yourself. Thank you. All right, real quick, let's go ahead and get the introduction done. Hold it. Listen. It is Wednesday, May 21, 2025. All day. Hold on there. Today Wednesday, today Thursday. I'm confused because on my runner show, my script, I put Thursday. What is today? Hold on a second. Check a calendar. It is Wednesday, folks. It is Wednesday, May 21, 2025, all day. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee and Joe. World News on the go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music volume for play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. You can also listen live on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app, JAHKNO. It is available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And also, you can listen on badmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m. Eastern and live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. 9:15 TikTok, 9:30 YouTube. You know, forgive me if I'm repeating that. I'm feeling a little ish today, a little pish today, a little umpish today. Boy, thank you, everyone. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food, LAURMEL, lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop today at www.grandcoffeehouse.com and use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Julie. And we are live on Jano News and Talk. Yes, people. You know what? Let me do this. Thank you, Simple. Morning, Simple. You're up early, Simple. Thank you for the reminder, Simple. Okay, so we have a little change, just a little change for Jano Radio. We are live. When you head on over to Jano Radio, it's gonna look a little different. Miss Uptown Patois, y'all gonna love it, simple. Y'all gonna love it. Somebody tell me something. He's an uptown country girl. That must have country to come from. But on a serious note, when you head on over to janoradio.com, and that's JAHKNO, Jano Radio, things are gonna look a little different. But it's the same old Jano Radio, just a little va-va-voom, a little, a spark over there. So yes, we do have Jano Radio, Jano News Channel. So when you head on over to janoradio.com, where you see on the bar at the top where it says channels, you click on that and you'll have a drop down menu and you'll see the options for Jano Main, Afro Beats and Amapiano, dancehall reggae, gospel, hip hop and R&B, and then you will also see news and talk. By the way, simple, all my sound, tell me all the volume sound on your end, please and thank you. Because I know yesterday, I'm not sure if anyone else was having audio issues or issues hearing me, but I know my beloved DJ Simple of Jano Radio made me know that he and his wife were not hearing me too clearly yesterday. All right, we're good. All right, Simple. Thank you. Have an amazing day, Simple. Have an amazing day. All right, folks. So, yes, when you head on over to Jano Radio, and from the drop-down menu of channels, you will see the various options. News and talk is one of them. All right, folks? And going forward, you are going to be able to catch up on past episodes there as well. All right? So that is for the Jano Radio supporters, listeners, and family. Hey, Wandering Pizza, good morning. All right, so real quick, got to let you know what we're going to be talking about today. Let's see, I'm back on track. Coming up out of the Caribbean corner, we have quite a few stories there. Asians receive over $39 million in solidarity allowance. 6 Grenadians earn doctoral degrees at Western Illinois University. Guyana hosts MECO DEX 2025 to boost regional disaster preparedness. Guyana, the indigenous leaders urged to share information regarding border dispute with Venezuela. 15 U.S. lawmakers demand urgent action to address Haiti security crisis. 42 Haitian migrants repatriated from Jamaica despite rights groups' plea. UN worried over deportation of pregnant Haitian women from the Dominican Republic. No need to wait 24 hours to file a missing persons report in Jamaica. And Daryl Vaz says high energy costs PNP's fault. Let's play the blame game. Can we just fix the issues? Can we try doing that with Sip and Tada, playing the blame game for everything? Who's that? Also of Jamaica, this one is not Jamaica, this is Trinidad, if I'm not mistaken, or St. Lucia. Government launches insurance initiative for banana, this is St. Lucia, definitely St. Lucia. Government launches insurance initiative for banana and plantain farmers ahead of hurricane season. In Trinidad and Tobago, UWI South Campus to begin operations from August 2025. And down in the coffee pot, Sean Paul joins with Khalifa for Good Vibes Only Summer Tour. On the international scene, EU, the European Union, is planning to add a €2 fee on small parcels. Wow, in a hit to Shein and Temu. And Spain clamps down on Airbnb as tourism backlash returns for summer. They did that last year, if memory serves me well. They definitely did that last year. Also on the international scene, Rubio warns Syria could be weeks away from full-scale civil war. The U.S. has deported Asian migrants to South Sudan, according to lawyers when telling the court. And the United Kingdom suspends free trade talks with Israel and announces sanctions over West Bank settlers. In news out of North America, in Florida, an immigrant pastor's detention sends a community reeling, and Trump unveils ambitious and expensive plans for Golden Dome missile defense. Trump personally presses House Republicans to get behind the massive tax bill. We have TikTok talk, business and tech news. Home Depot doesn't plan to raise prices due to tariffs, but some items may disappear. In our health and science news, FDA to limit future COVID-19 shots to older people and those at risk of serious infection, and doctors urged to treat pain for IUD insertion and other procedures. Got a lot going on today, folks. We have lifestyle, why money and power affects male self-esteem. This is something we definitely want to talk about because we have some concerns, right? Money and power affects male self-esteem. Believe it or not, news. Don't laugh, people. Don't laugh. This is a serious matter. DHS secretary misstates. Is it that she misstated or she doesn't know the meaning of habeas corpus under Senate scrutiny? Gonna have the details of those stories and more coming up. Plus, great conversation coming up in a bit. But of course, you already know I gotta do my quick check-in with my panel. Ja, I know you may not be able to speak, so you're right. Hey, Ja, good morning. How's it going for you? How things wagwan?
Good morning. Good morning. All is well. I'm still on my way to the place that employs me. Good morning, CIT family. Happy birthday still to. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's June. It's Gemini season. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
We're done with the Taurus then. We're done with the Duppy Bull. The what?
I'm
the
done.
Bull, Bad Bull and Duppy Conqueror.
We're done. We're done. I'll still celebrate with Rosolo, but no, I think it's now officially Gemini. You said it's the 21st, right? I think it's officially Gemini season. Don't come for me, Rosolo. Don't come for me.
Lord
Instead, I will still celebrate you through the end of the month. Okay.
So hold on then. When does Gemini season start? May 20th. It actually started yesterday.
Yesterday. Yep.
Well, so we're done with the Taurus then. We're done with the Bad Bull and Duppy Conqueror them. No, Rosolo, we still celebrate you, girl. No worry, we still celebrate you until May 31. And then it's over. It's all about Gemini season. So, Geminis, do they really have split personalities? Is that the right term, split personalities?
Yes. Okay, I don't know all Geminis, but every Gemini I know, I say it's actually four of us because a normal person does have two sides. But since we're already a twin, it's four of us, okay? But that's just me.
Okay.
But they love every side of me, yes.
Split personalities, or are y'all bipolar? Which one? Can we clinically have a clinical assessment done on you, Gemini?
There is one person currently in government that I can say absolutely yes to.
No, but I call change my spirit. But too early, too early, Jack. Rosolo, walk on, my girl. No make nobody trouble you, my girl. You still celebrate your birthday right through till the end of the month. We're celebrating you. We celebrate life every day. Oh, give me a sec. All right, my girl. All right. She's indisposed on the phone at this time. Alexia, good morning. Me no know what is it that you don't know today, Alexia?
Well, I'm not even know me to survive in here, but me have to survive. Let's go.
You better survive. You don't have a choice.
You don't
have a choice.
I'm watching one of my patients here.
Okay. Go on, go take care of your patient.
We're talking about the Gemini people and they're mad. Just know that they're mad people.
Whatever.
How much to do?
Whatever.
Me have one that turned 19, and right now, my mother thinking bipolar because my mother not understand. Right? Say they have dark humor, a lot of them, and they will say something I take them serious, but they're not serious. Then just talk upon them that the mind or they have right now. So one Gemini and you would just throw down, throw down wicked, and then what girl in the corner and come back and they say, what going good? And it throw you up. Right? Throw you up. And they will do some sitting, and in their mind for true, them not think nothing wrong with it. And the rest of the world see the big old problem. And they're like, but that is not a problem. You understand me? Yeah, man. Gemini can be their own friend, one best friend, and their own worst enemy. Like they have their own world already, and you are just one addition. You're not consequential to them.
It's their world, and we are just existing in it.
Yeah, you're not consequential to them. So if you drop off in a big light, it don't matter to them because they already have their own best friend.
Alexia, thank you.
So me as a Aries, I have a Gemini with me, and she live with a Sag grandmother. Is serious. I want Virgo uncle is serious. I just want models. You understand me?
Okay, I will claim that Virgos are happy. We touch. We really touch.
Oh, moments, my brother have one fuse all year round for no reason. He just dash all the rest of fuse them and just keep one. And he want always a gas fire.
And I think you all saw that yesterday. Yeah, there's something about us Virgos.
But you know, very humorous, you know. Like, you know, fun, like really fun. But they're just the one fuse, just one fuse, bro. Why? Why don't you dash the rest of fuse them and just work with one?
That's why I don't love us.
Me glad that Marlon you have, you know. Me glad that Marlon you have. That know.
Well, he has mastered the art of ignoring me. Really mastered it. Yeah. Thank you, Alexa. Kirk, we have to talk to you. Where have you been, Kirk? Which part you did deck, Kirk? You get with me in my mind. I said, oh, I saw people going on them get rich and switch. Them not deal with poor people again. What's up, Kirk? How you been, Kirk?
Top of the morning, everybody. Top of the morning. You know, it's one coffee dough, never two, never three, never four. You know, it's a Wednesday morning. It's beautiful. It's kind of rainy, but you know what rain brings. Keep it PG-13. Lot of mercy.
Yes, keep it child friendly.
I am here. I take a break from TikTok, you know, because social media will basically make you lose a lot of time. Mm-hmm. And you got to focus on a lot of things. So decide to take a break, but I'm here. I'm alive. I'm well. I've been through a lot, but I'm thanks that I'm here. So,
amen. Yea, though I walk through the valley, I will come out on the other side. Right, Kirk? That's what life is about.
I want to say right now, you ever hear about sinkhole?
Yeah.
Right now, me I try to create one step for come out of it, and it come like every time I create the first step, the second step I bury the first step.
Listen, you come out, you know. You're going to come out, and you're going to come out stronger, wiser, better. Remember me tell you that.
That is it. Oh there.
I'm glad to see you. Glad to hear you. By the way, you know, at the first, I noticed the shirt where you have on, designed by yours truly.
One and only. Lot of mercy.
Designed by yours truly for ours truly.
Lot of mercy.
Win with 18.
That is it. That is it. I'm going to represent the people, man. I have to promote the thing, you know. Even though I not get paid for.
You know what we do? One thing we have to remember, Kirk, is not everything is about dollars and cents. Because if it were so, many of us would not be where we are. Many of us would not have made the advances and the achievements. There's a thing called support. And that you cannot put a dollar figure on that. True, genuine support.
Or you say, make sure you say you do up your own. You see me put up a picture of you. Copy into one
it's
copy.
Coming. It's coming. I'm being very lazy. We need to get to the computer and print the shirts. Because not like I don't have the shirts in stock. I have the shirts in stock. I have the vinyl in stock. It's just for print them.
Yeah, I hope you have my size. I hope you have my size of 5X more.
We will get your size, Kurt. Don't worry yourself. Nothing is impossible. Okay. But me glad to see you. Me glad to hear you. And remember, hold strong, keep the faith, and we will come out better on the other side. Always. All right. Okay, folks, make we go ahead and get started. Geely Wandering Pizza, thank you all for being here with us. Let's get into it. We have quite a few stories today, and of course, great conversation as always. We kick it off out in the Caribbean corner, and our first story. Good morning, Tasha. Good morning. All right, morning, YouTube. Lord, me not have no manners. Yes, YouTube. Let me humbly apologize to you. I don't have a studio engineer. You see, when you use a one-man show and you have to juggle everything. So yesterday I had to mute you, YouTube, to play a song. And I completely forgot to unmute. So I do apologize. Please bear with me. I am going to do a better job of juggling, making sure I switch back and forth. We are going to once the studio is ready, we're going to have a few more things, and I'll be better able to navigate more seamlessly. So please accept my humble apologies, YouTube. So sorry for what happened yesterday. Won't happen today.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rosolo.
Happy Gemini season, but it's still May. Hey, Kirky, how you doing? Alexia, Dr. Leslie, morning, everybody. Happy what? What is Wednesday?
Happy Hump
Happy
Day.
Hump
Happy
Day.
WCW. We celebrate women every Wednesday.
So happy WCW. Yes, blessings to everyone. I hope everyone has a blessed day. Stay safe. Know that you are loved and appreciated. And I have to go give out roofs. All right, love you all. It's still May though. I'm still celebrating. Those Gemini double head twins. Yeah, they're cuckoo. Bye bye. Love you
Bye,
guys.
Felicia.
Morning, Lammy. Hey, darling. How are
Morning,
you?
Lamb.
Oh,
You're
I
looking
miss
like a
you.
good saltfish buljo with a good bit. Oh, good. You're looking like a cocotie.
Lamb look extra handsome this morning. Is what Lamb do. Lamb look
Keep me up.
yeah.
Only you alone. Fire back in me soul. Keep me up.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's for
Miss
you.
what's your name?
Na 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 na. Oh, darling. Okay. What's your name? What's your name? Miss
Miss
what's
what's
your
your
name?
name? Mwah.
Like a
Thank you, Lamb. Oh, you make me feel good in the morning, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, imagine if you had lamb for nighttime too. Ooh. Lamb in the morning, lamb in the evening, lamb in the daytime too. Hey, oi, oi. Sorry, with the new TikTok rules, I can't do this.
You have to sing that again, Dr. Leslie. First, you have to pull up that. You have to pull up that.
Lamb in the morning, lamb in the evening, lamb in the midday too.
Lamb, big up yourself. You are the hottest thing on the block. Let me tell you something, folks. Welcome to CARICOM. Welcome to the Caribbean. This is who we are. We're not cuckoo. We are fun loving. We love life. We live life. No matter what is going on, we choose to live. We choose to live. And we choose to laugh through the storms. Right? So thank you for that, Lamb. Thank you. We need that. We needed that.
Live, laugh, and love.
Absolutely.
Live, laugh, and love.
Okay. Anytime I get a girl sugar to my sugars, eh? The girl dumb sugar. Forget about Beanie Man. I'm a whole lamb. Eh? Forget about Beanie Man. I'm a whole lamb. The girl them sugar, whole molasses. Good morning, everybody.
So Wandering Pizza said, good message. Thank you, Wandering Pizza. Yeah, man. What's up, Ozzy? We have to live, laugh, love. Simple enough. Life is simple. We are the ones that complicate it. Simple life. Right?
Yeah. Simple life. I have one woman, but you know.
Lamb. Time out, lamb. Time out, lamb.
Okay.
Lamb, time out. All right, good to see everybody. Good to have everybody here with us. Also, I have another PSA. So yesterday, I am who I am, and when my head tech me. And it is understandable. Yes, in the light of everything that's going on, we get frustrated at times, right? And we tend to fly the handle. We become very impulsive. Um, we lose our ability to exercise discernment, right? And it is important that no matter what obstacles we face in life, no matter what hurdles we have to jump over, and if we can't jump over them, we have to crawl under them. Whatever hurdles we face, whatever valleys we have to go down in, and whatever hills we have to climb, it is very important that we try to maintain a level head. Now, if you not have a level head or go through them, absolutely Wandering Pizza. Or if you know, say you're not level headed, see to it that there are people around you. You have a support system who can help to maintain that calm, who can speak common sense into you. Them understand you. Them know say you just have vent. And I appreciate all of you for allowing me to vent, for allowing me to cuss out the people then, for allowing me to carry on with myself. But I thank you. I thank you. All right, for helping me to bring it down a little and to navigate the landscape, right? We will not be defeated. We will not be stopped. We continue to do what we must. We continue to do what we were put here for. We continue to walk in our purpose. Excuse me. We continue to walk in our purpose. We have our God-given talents, all of us, and we use them in accordance with God's will, right? He gave us those talents for a reason. Man, to use my voice, to create a space where we can have reasonable discourse, and we will continue to do so. All right. So, folks, thank you so much to each and every one of you. Much love, and thank you for being here again today. The show must go on. All right. We make the changes we have to make. We toe the line, we follow the rules, but we carry on. We carry on. All right. So thank you all.
Does that mean I could still do this?
Hey, bend over.
Hey, oi. Bend over. Push back.
Dr. Leslie, thank you for being amazing. Thank you for entertaining us, but not really you, Lamb. Thank you, Lamb.
Thank you for recognizing, because she is renting space in my head.
Folks, all right. Noted, duly noted, AT. All right, first story of the day. We start in Barbados, and we are in the Caribbean Corner segment. According to Barbados Today.BB, more than $39 million has been dispersed to Barbadians under the government's one-time solidarity allowance. Prime Minister Mia Mottley made the revelation on Sunday night as she updated the country on the initiative's progress. Addressing a Barbados Labour Party spot meeting at Western St. James, Mottley said the allowance, whose distribution began on May 14, is a tangible sign of her administration's commitment to share the bounty with the people, following years of national sacrifice during the economic restructuring process. Go on with yourself, Mia Motley.
School bell ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring, knife and fork.
No man, teacher bag tie with piece of string, string pop, baggy drop, ting-a-ling-a-ling. And
Hey,
what? A knife and fork a fight for dumpling. That's a shabarans, no?
booyaka, booyaka.
Kid.
School.
Lord have mercy. What kind of news this?
My world white, but my inside black.
What kind of news is this? Don't worry, folks. Hang with us because the news is so serious. We need these moments. We definitely
What was
need
your
them.
version, Moments? What was your version? Cause what's your
Ting-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring, teach baggage tie with piece of string, string pop, baggage drop, ting-a-ling-a-ling.
I haven't heard that in forever. Yo. I have not heard that since I was 10.
My darling mother taught me that one.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and she said it's so funny. Just the other day, she said to me, "You never forget that thing, the things that you hold on to." Yeah, that's why you have to be
Okay.
careful what you teach your children, folks. Be careful. They are more likely to hold on to what is not good. But anyway, on the 14th of May, pensioners from the NIS and the public sector, counting 55,908 people, all received their allowance in the tune of $16,772,400. In the Treasury, people working for central government, 15,134 people, they received $4.54 million roughly. The state-owned enterprises, 11,794 people working there, received it in their bank accounts, 3,538,200. The private sector people registered with the Barbados Revenue Authority, 34,387 people, received a total of $10,316,000. On the 16th of May, the NIS went again and gave now the private sector people from the NIS 15,149 entities. They gave them 4,544,700. All right. So, folks, Mia Motley is doing what Mia Motley says she will do. All right. And she's also encouraging those who have not received the allowance that they need to register by June 30. Registration can be done at the NIS headquarters, the General Post Office, and designated district post offices across the island with a public schedule which is available again, with a published, schedule available to the public. So, folks, remember, if you're over there in Barbados, to my Bayesian listeners, and for those of you who have family in Barbados, please encourage them that to check their accounts if they have not yet received their share of the allowance. If they have not registered to receive, they need to do so by June 30. The registration can be done at NIS headquarters, the General Post Office, and designated district post offices across the island. All right, my Bayesians, no make no lose out pound of money. Please do not. There's a story coming up tomorrow out of Barbados where imported pork is choking local market and farmers are seeking relief. We shouldn't be having that problem here in the Caribbean. That one is coming up tomorrow. All right. All right. Next up, let us hop on over to Grenada. According to nowgrenada.com, 6 Grenadians earned doctoral degrees at Western Illinois University's May 2025 commencement ceremony. They were among 50 Caribbean students earning degrees at all levels at the 125-year-old state institution. Dave Erman Thomas earned a PhD in environmental science, specializing in large river ecosystems and wastewater treatment. Dr. Thomas hails from Grand Brass, St. Andrew, and attended St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School before obtaining a Bachelor of Science from MSU, Texas, and a Master of Science in Environmental Science at Tarleton State University. Five other Grenadians earned the EDD degree in organizational leadership with various specialties. The program, one of the first to emphasize social justice as a component, was conceived to reach an international student body and was delivered with live stream technology. All right, so congratulations. Yay. Lamb, what's up, one? Lamb, you're off mic. You're proud of them. You know, sometimes this thing with no, Lamb is actually muted. I don't know why it's showing on the front.
Yeah, Lam is muted.
Lamb is muted. Yeah, I noticed that happens a bit. So, for example, Rosolo, it will show you with your mic open, but when I click on you, then it shows that. Yeah.
It's closed, yeah.
Yeah.
Who call my name?
No worry. Go on back. Go do what you're doing, Lamb.
Oh God.
All right, let's just hop on over to Guyana. Guyana hosts MECODEX 2025 to boost regional disaster preparedness. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Guyana this week is hosting MECODEX 2025, a major 4-day regional disaster response simulation. This exercise is designed to strengthen flood preparedness and enhance cooperation among nations across the Americas. The mechanism for disaster cooperation exercise officially got underway on Monday, bringing together disaster response experts, military officials, and humanitarian agencies for a large scale drill simulating a flood emergency. All right, so regional, good. Everybody will be learning together, learning from each other. All right. Okay, moving right along. We're still in Guyana. Um, Indigenous leaders are urged to share information regarding border dispute with Venezuela. LoopNews.com is reporting Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Defense Force, Brigadier Omar Khan, Tuesday called on residents of the indigenous communities, particularly those along the border with Venezuela, to share all relevant information with the Army. In a statement, he said, I want you to be vigilant. People are taking videos of what's happening on the other side. We want to know when to turn left and when to turn right, and we need your support. Brigadier Khan was speaking to more than 200 indigenous leaders attending the annual National Tacheos, and I hope I said that right, Council, the NTC conference. So, as we're all aware, Guyana and Venezuela, you timed out, Ja, you timed out. Guyana and Venezuela have a long running border dispute. And today, with the matter now before the International Court of Justice, in his address, Brigadier Khan reminded the indigenous leaders that Guyana's borders are clearly defined and internationally recognized. Now, the ICJ has warned Caracas against annexation of the Essequibo region, right? And that area is an oil-rich region that makes up about 2/3 of Guyana and is home to 125,000 of its 800,000 citizens. Now, this issue is nothing new. However, things have amplified, accelerated, become more, we are hearing more about it now because of the good old black gold. Thank you for the follow, GGB. So because of black gold, and we know that is oil, we now have the re-emergence. We now have the lens put back on the situation, right? Venezuela claims that the Essequibo region, which makes up 2/3 of Guyana, is theirs. Guyana said, no, 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 no. Where you go move up from here, so we will land this. So they took the matter to the International Court of Justice. And I'm saying to both parties, especially Venezuela, let it play out in the court, right? We've been seeing some movements happening, in that area. And of course, the good old big brother has come into take the side of Guyana, understandably so. And we know the little rift that's going on between Big Brother and Venezuela. So, of course, they're going to jump on the side of Guyana. And when they jump on the side of Guyana, we know it's because there is some interest. So, let's talk about the interest, the oil companies. These oil companies are headquartered right here in Big Brother's nation. So, we don't know how it's going to roll out. Where there is gold, where there is oil, where there are resources, Big Brother like to show up, right? Mm-hmm. So we do. Yeah. All right. So that's it for Guyana. We head on over to Haiti. 15 U.S. lawmakers demand urgent action to address Haiti's security crisis. This article comes to us courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. A bipartisan group of 15 lawmakers sent a letter this month to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, expressing urgent concerns over the rapidly deteriorating security situation in Haiti, where violent gangs now control the majority of the capital and are expanding into new regions. The lawmakers stated, "We write to convey our grave concerns over the deteriorating security situation in Haiti. As missionaries, humanitarian aid workers, and countless innocent civilians face deadly threats from criminal gangs that have overrun major urban centers." According to the letter, gangs now control over 85% of Port-au-Prince and are pushing into previously stable areas such as Kandy, Pignon, and Jeremier. Lawmakers cited distressing reports from healthcare workers describing armed gangs completely overtaking their campus. Homes were looted, furniture destroyed, and medical facilities ransacked. Critical supplies, including medications and newly installed equipment like X-ray and sonogram machines, were stolen. In one particularly disturbing account, 2 homes built for displaced families were burned down. One church member who fled said she was considering returning to the gang-held zone, believing it may offer more stability, even if it means living under the gang's pews in exchange for shelter and occasional food. But here's the issue I have with this thing. Why are we appealing to why are we appealing to the US? Why? Why are we appealing to the US? I don't get it, Haiti. Why?
Dependency was fostered. We have fostered dependency over the years. It's a bit of a slave mentality, you know. We believe still that we have to appeal to massa to provide for us. We don't believe in our own sustainability within the region. That's the only thing I can think of right
You're
now.
right. You hit the nail on the head, literally. That is it. So I need my Haitian people to do me one big favor. Break the chains of mental slavery. You cannot look to the one that inflicts the pain and expect them to dress your wounds. You have to understand when a relationship is not working for you, never worked for you, and will never work for you. Come on, Haiti. You're a strong people. You're a resilient people. You are leaders. Remember that. Remember your history. Remember what you did for the region. You led the victory. You did. If it wasn't for your brevity, the brevity of your ancestors, many of us, even right here in Big Brother's country, would not be able to enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy today. The freedoms that are being stripped away, allegedly. So know who you are. You are the pearl of the Caribbean. Stop looking to external sources for reprieve and relief and upliftment. Put your pew-pews down. Understand that you're more alike than you're more different, and that you all need to come together. Now, when you go in our hospital or our healthcare center, and your teeth out one X-ray and sonogram machine, what you gonna do with them? What you gonna do with them? What's the purpose? How is that making sense? What is the logic, really? You're self-inflicting even more. It's your people. You need the X-ray machines. You need the sonogram machines. Come on, Haiti. All of you need to band together. You're stronger together when you ball up like a mighty fist. You're stronger together, folks. When you look at your fellow Haitian, you're looking at yourself. Come together, believe in each other, rise up together. I don't know. That's all I can say. Absolutely, Ozzy. If we dare to remind Big Brother about history, if we dare. So Ozzy says Big Brother would be half its size too. Think about that. A small island, or half the smaller part of an island, because the entire island is known as Hispaniola. It shares land with territory with Dominican Republic, but Haiti has a smaller part. As small as that island is, look at what they were able to do for Big Brother. Up ye mighty race. Who had that? Was it Marcus Garvey who said that? Up ye mighty race. Yeah. Up ye mighty people. Dust yourselves off. Rub like a coconut oil upon your face. And go forth. You have to restore your own peace. Nobody can do it for you. United Nations has been in your country for how long? To what? To no avail, in my opinion. Because I have not heard any positive stories as it relates to the United Nations being in your island. I've heard some very sad stories. So why do you have them there? Why are you entertaining them? If they're not serving you, if there is no improvement, if 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, you are still on that hamster wheel, don't you think it's time to get off? I think we're dizzy now. We're just going round and round and round and round and round and round. You're dizzy. You have to get off the wheel so you can have clarity. That's all I'm going to say. Next, 42 Haitian migrants repatriated from Jamaica despite rights groups plea. According to Caribbean National Weekly, a group of 42 Haitian nationals, including men, women, children, and an expectant mother, in the later states of pregnancy, were repatriated from the Bound Brook Wharf in Port Antonio on Monday night, just a day after they arrived by boat on a remote beach in Ross Craig, Portland. The group, which had journeyed across the Caribbean Sea in a 20-foot sailboat, landed near Long Bay around 6 a.m. on Sunday, May 19. According to reports, the rugged... Hold on a second. Caribbean National Weekly, what's up? Sunday, May 19 or Sunday, May 18? Or is it Monday, May 19? Fix that. Do you have an editor? Fix that. According to reports, the rugged beach was the point of entry for the desperate migrants fleeing turmoil in their home country. Another group of Haitian migrants previously housed in a facility in St. Mary for an extended period is also expected to be repatriated soon, according to local authorities. Their removal comes amid growing concern for rights groups over Jamaica's treatment of asylum seekers. On Monday, migrant rights organization Freedom Imaginaries issued a press release urging the Jamaican government to halt the expulsion and ensure the Haitians receive access to a fair and effective asylum process. The group emphasized that the escalating crisis in Haiti, driven by surging gang violence and deepening humanitarian distress, has placed or displaced over 1 million people and claimed more than 5,600 lives in 2024 alone. The crisis is landing hardest on women and children who face systematic practices of SV and make up over half of the displaced population. Do we think Jamaica is being too quick with the repatriation process? Have they done a thorough investigation? Have they done thorough interviews to determine if the Haitians should be allowed to leave their benefit from some type of reprieve, even if it's, let's say, 90 days, 6 months, 9 months, something? Have a review process ever so often? Because this is sounding a little bit like what happens whenever they're picked up off the coast of Big Brother's southernmost location, right? Go ahead, Rosolo. Rosolo, your mic.
No, ma'am, I didn't. No, I didn't open it. I didn't open it. Though.
Okay.
Alexa.
Oh, Alexia, sorry. Go ahead, Alexia.
Well, we can't afford it right now. We can't. I know say we wouldn't want to help, especially the women and children. You understand me? Because I could have I could have in a boat. I try to find sanctuary. You understand me? But and I feel like if it was just women and children on that boat, they wouldn't have been sent back so quickly. Do you get what I'm saying? It's the men that are on the boat. Yeah. You have to understand the situation we're in right now, where we are facing femicide, okay, in our own country. So for right now, for them when wash up so soon in the midst of all the galang in hands right now, yeah, it was a quick decision, but we just can't deal with them right now. We have our own thing under our foot to deal with. We have our own thing to deal with for right now. And the housing part of it is one of the biggest things too. Like they don't have the facility to house so many of them one time. No joke. They don't.
So what can Jamaica do to help them? Because there is a crisis situation. They're trying to get away from what's going on. They want to exist too. They want to live too. And if we say they are our brothers and sisters, is it right to treat them this way?
It's not wanting to treat anybody no type of way. We would love to help them. We just don't have the infrastructure to do it.
We don't.
No, we don't. All right. You would have believed, right? And this is what I was discussing the other day with somebody. You would have believed that over the period of years, these boats always wash up pretty much in the same region. Why we not have more Coast Guard posted there? All right. Seeing as people keep washing up there, why in that area they haven't put up like some farmer housing what can hold them for a period of time. They want like a compound somewhere. Because I'm not off of Portland, so. What if I could open land there Portland, Portland still underdeveloped, Why hasn't the government looked into securing a spot where we can even drop 3 containers and make a little housing situation go on, or some of the food for the poor house them, put them together and see we can do something? You get me?
Yeah.
Or why haven't they done that? And I'm saying this to say that it's all politics. Okay? At the end of the day, they gamble with all our lives to the benefit of themselves. We don't have the infrastructure. You get me? If we were to say, all right, if we the citizens of Jamaica could have said, all right, can we house two of them? Can we house a mother and a child, a mother and her two kids? You know what's the fear? The fear is she has a male counterpart that might be heading this way. How do we? Because we now go behave like we not hear the stories out of Haiti even before this rebellion or crop up in them country. We always hear that they're savage. This happen and that happen, and a whole heap of Jamaican go over there for nefarious reasons and they don't come back. So I'm going to be honest, one of the things that drive all of this is the fear that we have for them, right? Without getting to know them first, we have that fear.
We need a Haitian to come in and defend themselves and defend their country, because you know,
Why the diaspora? Why the Haitians in the diaspora haven't done anything of substance?
Yeah, because hold on, Alexia. Stick a pin right there. Let's take a look at what Julie put in the chat. Kind of how Big Brother fares other immigrants. This is what is being done to us is what we're doing to them. So how can we sit here and cry out about how we are being viewed, how we're looked at, you know, but turn around and do the same thing to our neighbors who are just a few miles away from us?
No, but here's the difference between Big Brother and us. Big Brother has proof that immigrants have put in the work in their country. Immigrants are responsible for billions of dollars in taxes that they don't get anything out of it. They don't get any benefit from it. So you see that little thing that Big Brother do? Me not say you don't have people who come in and do bad things, right? But Big Brother is playing a dangerous game. And we know it ain't because of no fear of no immigrant. But what can we point to in our country that immigrants have come into Jamaica and say, all right, this is what they did? Outside of we get the Cuban doctors and stuff like that. I'm not trying to find a reason so if I dislike them or not, because I don't hate a person because of their circumstances, We just can't help them right now. And it's the truth.
I have to differ on that.
I don't agree with that at all.
I beg to differ.
How can we, the regular people, I'm not talking about the government, how can we, the regular people, help these
You know what? Hold on there, Alexia. This is something that you said something, and Julie put in the chat, what happened to One Caribbean? And I agree. What happened to One Caribbean? I think the entire region discriminates against Haiti. And I call shame on that.
100%.
I call shame on that. How can we look on our brothers who, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't know what freedom is, and turn our backs on them? We are no better than Big Brother.
But I'm asking you this, how can we, the regular
have things in place? The government can afford it.
And I'm saying,
what is $3 trillion there? What is $3 trillion there?
Me don't know me and them take him, man.
Okay, so you know what? Why don't the entire Caribbean come to, hold on a second, hear me out 1 second. Why don't all the Caribbean leaders come together? You recognize that the Haitians are constantly showing up in Jamaica because of proximity, right? Why don't all the if you don't care about Haiti and the Haitian people and what's going on, why don't all the leaders say, you know something, let us pool our resources, let us put up a facility, as you so mentioned, Alexia. Let us put up a facility in Jamaica. Let us have a compound where we can secure them, have them feel safe, and take care of them while we work on quelling the issue in Haiti. The whole of we are hypocrites in the Caribbean. We don't like them, and we make up excuses for them, and we need to stop it.
The games that are being played, all right, you notice somebody came to Jamaica and he did his rounds, and all of a sudden, our relationship with Cuba is what? The games that are being played, moments. The games that are being played.
Can I just say this? I think what we see here is what I would term a poverty mindset. That I grew up with a Grenadian grandmother who was an immigrant. She moved to Trinidad. And no matter how little she had, she always had enough to give to someone else. And I think that was her mindset. Her mindset was no matter how little I have, it will be enough to share. We have become such a selfish society, and we are no longer community minded, which is the downfall of us. Because we have to consider this. If one hurts, we all hurt. But because we are so focused on me, myself, and I, we don't see how neglecting the other actually hurts us in the long run. In the final analysis, if my right hand is in pain and my left hand say, well, you on your own, and my nervous system say, well, you on your own, guess what? That person's right hand disintegrates, and it's going to eventually affect the entire body. What happens in one part of the body affects all of the body. And I always have to bring it back to medicine because there's so much to be said about how the body works in synchrony, in concert. And, Jesus used the same examples, right? The body of Christ, the body. If we consider ourselves a body, we will never be okay with the big toe having a bubble on it. We will never be okay with the knee busted out. We would see, you know what? The knee busted out, the knee is a part of us. Let us gather together and help this knee. We cannot do the colonial nonsense that we're doing. We are better than that.
I'm going to play something. Thank you for that, Dr. Leslie. This morning, the devotion that I played, because
I'm sorry, but you ain't give me I ain't get no bell. Anyhow,
Mr. Upset. I'm really upset about how the region is treating the Haitians. So this morning, if you were listening on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, or Mad Music House, you would have heard the devotion that was done. So 9 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. is praise and worship, and there's a daily devotion that is done. I'm going to play it, and I want us for a second just to listen. Just listen. Hold on 1 second, and here we go. Come on, something, play.
A foreigner. You yourselves know. Do not oppress a foreigner. You yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners. Exodus chapter 23, verse 9.
Welcome to today's encouragement from Our Daily Bread. Our reading, titled Loving the Stranger, was written by Patricia Raybon and read by Joyce Dinkins.
Leviticus chapter 19, verses 9 through 10 and 33 through 34. When you reap the harvest of your land, do not reap to the very edges of your field or gather the gleanings of your harvest. Do not go over your vineyard a second time or pick up the grapes that have fallen. Leave them for the poor and the foreigner. I am the Lord your God. Now picking up at verse 33. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord, your God. Loving the Stranger, written by Patricia Raybon. A friend's wife, a master seamstress, made a loving plan before she passed away from a long illness. She donated all her sewing equipment to our town's sewing guild, providing sewing machines, cutting tables, and more for classes teaching newly arrived immigrants. I counted 28 boxes of fabric alone, her husband told us. 6 women came by to pick up everything. Their students are hard workers, eager to learn a skill. Others describe such newcomers in less flattering ways. The plight of immigrants has become a divisive issue. Moses, however, issued God's view in Exodus chapter 23, saying, "Do not oppress a foreigner. You yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners." He further shared God's decree regarding foreigners in Leviticus chapter 19. When you reap the harvest of your land, do not go over your vineyard a second time or pick up the grapes that have fallen. Leave them for the poor and the foreigner. I am the Lord, your God. God also declared, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord, your God. God set the standard. May He bless our hearts to show love to the strangers among us. Let's pray.
And then we'll call ourselves believers. And then we turn around and treat people the opposite of what God wants us to do. They have a saying, today for you, tomorrow for me. I might be down today, but I'll be up tomorrow. And they also have another saying, remember, the higher a monkey climbs is the more it exposes itself. The region, the Caribbean region, has failed Haiti. We discriminate against the Haitians, the entire region. We are only performative. We talk, shut up and stop it talking and put your money where your mouth is. Gonna talk one heap of talk. And that's all gonna do. And if you meant action, if you were serious about showing how you cared about Haiti and the Haitians, you would have started to do more. You'd have started to do more long ago. But everybody back up, but love talk. I don't want to hear one officer shut up on the mouth. I don't want to hear it from none of the leaders in the Caribbean. Put your money where your mouth is. Go right ahead, Dr. Leslie.
Hey, moments. This is the one thing that I always feel real passionate about. And I have my headset in, so I hope you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. I hate performative Christianity. We do the bare minimum, and we do so other people could see, right? And if other people could see, oh well, I give a little. This is why I really hate when folks donate large sums of money and they have to broadcast it to everybody and everybody got to know. I absolutely hate that. Nobody will ever know what I give because it's none of your business. That's between me and God.
But God will tell us.
Exactly. And my grandmother always said to me, and I grew up with this and I'm about to cry because I feel so strongly about this. You never, ever dishonor somebody based on where you think they are. You don't know where they came from and you don't know where they're going. So wherever you meet them, you honor them. You show love, you show respect, you honor them. They may not be what you think they should be, but life is a circle. Things come and things go. They may be up today, but they may be down tomorrow. They may be down. Look at what's going on in court right now in New York, right? They were up yesterday. Everybody, hey, got all this money, Where are they now? Right? They're down. We are so as a people, because I will include myself, because what happens with you affects me, especially if I'm not speaking out about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have seen the discrimination against Haitians. We put our foot
foot on their necks and we say, get up.
Mm-hmm.
We put our foot on their neck and we say, get up. What do you mean you can't get up? Look at how the exploitation that has happened from France. That just gets to the very heart. Oh God, I can't even find my words, but the discrimination that has happened and continues. We have to look, I mean, and it's not just the Caribbean, right? But we these superpowers that have continued to discriminate and use economic terrorism against Haiti. This is wrong. As a Caribbean basin, the CARICOM nations, the OECS, the Organization of American States, all of us should speak with one voice and say, enough is enough, France. Enough is enough. Give them back the money you've stolen from them. Pay them back all the extra taxes that you tax on the money that you stole from them that you have them paying. As the Caribbean region, as the Caribbean basin, as nations, sovereign nations, we should stand up and back up Haiti. Haiti today, who's going to be tomorrow? It is unacceptable.
Unacceptable. What Haiti doing? What has Haiti done to us? Why we are treating them the way we're treating them? What have they done to us? Anti-Haitian sentiment, anti-Haitianism is a complex issue with deep historical roots and various contributing factors. So you want to know what the historical roots are per Google? The Haitian Revolution. They were too bold, too brave, and they shall be punished. To this day, the revolution was 1791 to 1804. Why are we still punishing Haiti for it? They weren't supposed to be free. They should not want to be free. They should not want to be treated like human beings. Colonial and post-colonial eras. Following independence, Haiti faced economic hardship and political instability, partially due to crippling debt imposed by France. And of course, we know they had to pay how much millions of dollars in reparation to France because they fought against French colonial rule. So the Haitians had to pay their slave masters for their freedom. And I don't know why Google has left out this part of the equation, the gold that was removed for safekeeping by Big Brother and was taken to the financial district of Big Brother's country, and nobody knows to now where this gold is.
That's not true. The goal was used to start the city group. So the same city group that we see today was started from the exploitation of Haiti. And is now one of the so-called big banks. That money came from Haiti to start Citigroup.
And then we have stereotypes and misinformation. So let's talk about those negative stereotypes. Haitians are often unfairly stereotyped as being associated with poverty, disease, and crime, which are perpetuated by media narratives. The media, you see, oh no, you see what happened to in the state the other day, the house? Okay, your days are numbered too. You need to stop perpetuating these negative narratives about countries that are either small island developing states or on the continent of Africa.
Stop that. How are you going to exploit them? You have to make them, okay, look at Niger. Niger was considered one of the poorest country in the world. But France was taking Niger uranium for some 89 or 80 something cents, 80 something euro cents per kilo. And now that Niger kick out the French, they can get the market price of 200 euros. So you consider this place the poorest country, and you've been exploiting them since independence. Well, I'm not even counting before independence, but you've been exploiting them forever. And you saw it fit as an upright country like France to be taking these people resources at less than €1 a kilo and selling it for €200 or utilizing it when the market price is about €200 a kilo. And then you will turn and talk about the bad governance and stuff like that. Tell me how terrible that can be. €1, less than €1 compared to 200. That is why they put the narratives they put there. Now look at the progress in Burkina Faso. Okay? In less than 3 years, the amount of roads that was built since independence to today in Burkina Faso, the current administration in Burkina Faso is building that same amount, more than that amount of paved road per year going forward. But they were poor and destitute and so under the tutelage of France. So these are the narratives. When you dehumanize the Haitian people, you could extort the resources. Every Haitian president who has bring a semblance of stability in Haiti and request that France give them back the money, and I'm not even talking about the reparations, the monies that was owed to Haiti by the French government, that is on the record and traceable. Every time that conversation comes up, Big Brother, Uncle Sam, goes to Haiti and remove the president. Either you remove them, you unalive them, or whatever it is. And then you turn back and say the Haitian is poor. After the earthquake, the Red Cross, an internationally renowned organization for charity and all that, was supposed to build some 400 homes for the Haitians and could not show 4. Could not even show you 100. But yet still all the millions and billions of dollars that was donated to them was to do that. So everybody that is not Haitian, get out of Haiti. Just get out. Leave them in their poverty, leave them in their destitution. Let them figure it out themselves. Let the people decide. As to our Haitian CARICOM neighbors, I mean, what can we say? But a lot of us in the region are still ruling our countries as though we're still under slavery. Hence, if you look at our law books, it's reflective. Just look at any law, the laws in any Caribbean state, and you would see the reason why sometimes we do the things we do. Because they still go back to slavery. We haven't changed it. We have not had serious constitutional reform in the region. We have not had systems of government that benefit us. For instance, when it comes to unity, when it comes to the federation, we have CARICOM. We still have bodies like CARICOM that look to funding from the same international organization that perpetuate the slavery. The aid one of the best things the current administration in America did was to stop aid in some areas, because the people that was purporting to give us aid has been doing more destabilization and has been doing more harm to us than the so-called aid that they was giving us. Let us learn to do it on our own. But hopefully the Caribbean governments would wake up one day It seemed like we starting to wake up, but we have to wake up one day and embrace Haiti and embrace Cuba without any just unilaterally, with no condition. They are part of us and we are part of them. That's it. But let's live on hope. I yield.
Since Coffee Show started January 2022, I want to say at least one time every week. So what, 52 weeks a year, 22, 2023, 2024, knowing 2025 almost halfway through, 3.5 years, at least once a week, we're talking about the situation in Haiti. At minimum, once a week. Founder and human rights attorney Malene Aline appealed to Jamaican authorities to provide adequate shelter and legal consideration for the migrants. International law leaves no room for doubt. The forced return of individuals to a place where they may face risk of persecution, torture, or other serious or irreparable harm constitutes refoulement, which is strictly prohibited under international refugee and human rights law. Despite these appeals, the Jamaica's Ministry of National Security confirmed that repatriation arrangements were made and the group was sent back to Haiti on Monday night. We move just as fast as Big Brother. Scrape them up and shit them out. Get them out of here.
And moments that was not the case. Because I know first Haitians come here and it took months before they actually sent them back. Haitians come here continuously, you know. You only hear about when it's a big boat, you know. But you have the little.
Go ahead.
But you have the little boat. Then we have 5 people and 6 people. You know, much Haitian walk up and down in Jamaica right now. Some of them homeless. You get to me and say only when you see the big boat then come through and the news pick it up. Understand me? But the fact is, at the end of the day, we the regular people on the ground exalt the government, right? There's hardly anything we can do. We barely have no. Yes, really. No,
or
but
is it that
I
we're
want
choosing
you
not to do anything as a people?
No. I mean, just point out here a while ago. The man from Big Brother come at Jamaica. Look how long we in Cuba in a good standing. Look how long from here they are near. And the man come and all of a sudden we break our relationship with Cuba.
Surprise.
I'm telling you, the games that are being played, it's not easy. Aldi and Dr. Leslie, you can't send Ancho, so we can't do much. Me in a Jamaica, may I tell you this?
I do believe that. I do believe there has to be a mindset shift. Okay, there has to be a mindset shift. One stone can cause a ripple effect in the water. You throw a stone and there will be a ripple effect. And as long as we continue to feign, not ignorance, but to feign weakness or ineffectiveness, or we can't and we cannot and we enable, as long as we take that stance and that mindset, that is exactly what we will have. Because that is what we have set our minds to do. But I will tell you, I have seen where communities, I could call communities out, right? Where they don't look like they have anything materially. The odds are against them. But they have set their mind, as one, 2 hand happy clap. Both of our hands gonna clap and we're gonna work together in a common goal. And they are on top, where they started at the bottom, now they're on the top. Don't tell me we cannot and we ain't able to, because we can.
We can.
We find ways to do things that we want to do. But as long as we continue to devalue a people and see them as less and buy into the media and all that is said about that people, we will continue to have the excuses that we can't.
All right,
do
so the
not
15
for the
of
life
us.
of me, because I do mission work, medical mission work across the world.
Hold
I
on,
do
Shelly,
not
hold on,
believe
hold
that
on.
narrative at all. I do not believe it. I will not believe it.
Okay, so back to you, Alexia, then Shelly, and then Ozzy. Go ahead, Alexia.
All right, seeing as we are going to take the initiative, there are 13 of us on this platform right now. What are the 13 of us planning to do right now?
What are we doing right now?
No, what we're planning. What are
we doing right now?
We talk about it at least once a week, every week.
And
what are we planning to do now?
We use this is what we have, our voice. And we have the platforms. I have over 30,000 people listening on internet radio. I will continue to cry out for them. It has to resonate at some point. That's what I can do.
What I do is I am part of the Haitian Women's Network. When I can't go, oh gosh, Alexa, hush. Alexa, think I'm talking to her. she started talking back to me like she won't get. So I stay connected to that community. Whatever is needed, I put my hands to it. When we needed to go down to provide medical support, I did it. Whatever is needed, if I have to educate, if I have to mentor, one stone can cause a ripple effect. If I just meet one person and I can affect the life of one person, I have done something, as opposed to sit down and say, well, I can't do nothing and become inert. So based on who you are, you might be able to have a greater influence or a greater impact, right? But in your own sphere of influence, you can do something. And then as we get on a more of a macro level, as constituents, we can influence our leaders. We can go to them, we can talk to them, we can lend our heads to solutions as opposed to complain about the problem.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Go ahead, Shelley, and then Ozzy.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning, Shelley.
This is why I always come back to this group, because this group feel me. Cuba and Haiti have always been my passion. I have always been in the background thinking that we as Caribbean people should hold hands and take Haiti and Cuba to another level. We have done so much. For those of us who live in America, the amount of high-profile people that come from Jamaica and Haiti and the other Caribbean people. When you go in the medical facility, the PA, the doctors, the top of the line carrier people are from the Caribbean. They're from Haiti and Jamaica. I have not run into as many Cubans though, but I know they're around. And you tell me that all of us can hold and improve one school down at Haiti and help people build house down at Haiti? I always look at the example of Abraham Charo. What he's doing is worlds apart from what his predecessors have done. We have been given a lot. I'm sorry, I got a phone call. Spam. We have been given these platforms to come together, because if it wasn't for these platforms, I would not be here with you guys this morning. And this is a starting point for us to put our very brilliant minds together. And not just brilliant, but the minds that need to change lives in these countries. And never forget the difference that Cuba made to Jamaica when Cuba built schools in Jamaica that made a difference. And we as Caribbean citizens, we need to do stuff for Haiti and Cuba.
you, Shelley. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think we have a tendency of thinking on such a large scale that we start to believe that we can't do certain things that make an impact. Um, for example, home, what's going on, being from US territory, especially with, ICE and more deportations ramping up. We have a lot of people back home who speak Haitian Creole and Dominican Creole and Lucian Creole and stuff. And so what they're doing is they're translating certain documents into that language so that people are able to understand what their rights are and what resources they have that they could go to. That itself is a small but very effective step. I think everybody have their own talents and different ways to help. I think sometimes you have to look for groups that already are doing different things and figure out how you could help, how you could join. Because a lot of times we're not aware that there are people doing certain things and most times those people do need help. Again, we could also pressure certain officials to do certain things if you have ideas that could help. Make certain calls to officials, write letters. There's a lot that can be done.
I agree.
Alright.
Thank you for that, Ozzy. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Why is Dr. Holness taking the positions he is taking? When it comes to doing things for the US and implement stuff, he's quick on his foot to do it. And you know, I just congratulate him when he's doing good things to Jamaica. But this year is a real kind of, it's very disappointing. I mean, I expect it of him because I think I know him well enough, but it's still very disappointing. Why do you have to leave dealing with the Haitian people up to the individual Jamaicans? And yes, they can play their part, and I understand that. As one of Haiti's closest neighbor, okay, why don't you have a policy in place? Because you know there is unrest in Haiti. You know the amount of migrants who come over would increase. And you also know the pew-pews are slipping in from Haiti because it's easier to get them from here to Haiti and then get it across the border. So why don't you put something in place? One, to tighten security and everything like that. And two, to ensure that you can address the Haitian people coming over properly. And how can you be repatriating people back to Haiti given the current instability and the condition in Haiti? And tell me how you do that and you think you're so proud. Huh? How you could be so proud?
If I could jump in here a little bit, I am always a middle of the line person as it relates to politics, even Jamaican politics. But the Labour Party is usually not as strong with international relation and caring for people internationally as the PNP party. As one of the grounds with Michael Manley always stand for Cuba and Haiti as long as he was in power. And that is why, for those of us who know politics in Jamaica, that is why the PNP under Michael Manley and after Michael Manley have gotten so much beaten and so much flack. And the American government, the American people don't like it when the People's National Party is in power because they do things that are not in line with what America wants with its neighbor. Michael Manley was always standing up for Cuba and Haiti. So it is a matter of the different style of leadership, in my opinion. I'm not here politically saying that, but it's what I have seen in my lifetime.
And I totally agree with you. And remember, Well, Michael Manley was not just standing, he was a lockstep and barrel with the Fidel Castro regime. Because remember, at that time, too, he was very close to Grenada because we had Morris Bishop in Grenada. So Michael Manley, then we had Ortega in Nicaragua. So in that period of time, I could understand the brotherhood. But we have gotten past that. Okay? If Dr. Holness want to champion himself as one of the top leaders and an icon within the CARICOM region. Okay, when the whole putting together some kind of initiative for Haiti, and so he was up front and center because the US and all of them was trying to be involved. So he wanted to be seen. So how now that the Haitian people need you're ratting them out, and what we want to say is politics? No, he has a responsibility. And for somebody who would like to champion himself as one of the senior leaders in the Caribbean, for want of a better phrase or word, he has to do better. And we have to call him out on it because this is unacceptable at all levels. If it was something to do with the US, he would have got it done in 30 seconds because he thinks Jamaica is a 54th state, and I always say that.
Yes, sir. No lies.
So let me just do a quick reset. We are currently in the Caribbean Corner segment of Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. Article at hand that we're discussing: 42 Haitian migrants repatriated from Jamaica despite rights groups' plea. This article can be found on CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. We also have another article which can be found on loopnews.com, where the United Nations is worried over deportation of pregnant Haitian women from the Dominican Republic. Now, in this article, it says the humanitarian coordinator in Haiti, Ulrika Richardson, is warning that the deportations of Haitians are mute. 1 second, Shelley, a lot of feedback. Yeah, thank you. The humanitarian coordinator in Haiti, Ulrika Richardson, is warning that the deportations of Haitians from the Dominican Republic raise serious humanitarian and human rights concerns, particularly when they affect pregnant women or mothers with very young children. It is imperative that commitments to protecting vulnerable populations are upheld. These expulsions raise serious humanitarian and human rights concerns. So we have been having a very spirited conversation as it relates to Haiti and how the country, the nation, the island, the people are treated by our fellow Caribbean brothers and sisters. We know how Big Brother treat them already. We know what has been done. We know the history. But what are we as a region doing to stand behind Haiti, to advocate for Haiti? And I wish if any Haitians are on the outside listening, maybe I'd love enough to come in to come voice how you feel about how your people are treated. And if you could shed some light beyond what is made available to us on the internet or through media, we'd love to hear it. Go right ahead, Shelley.
You know what? You know, another group that disappoint me is the church groups, because in politics, and when you put all of this together, we have an organization for the churches, and we have land in Jamaica where they could say, okay, I agree. We are not letting any more Asians in here, but for these 54, we are going to finance the living, the healthcare, and give us some agreement, get it legal. The churches, where are, what's that organization? If it's the Jamaican Union of Churches, I don't remember the name, but I know one such exists, or any individual church group can come out and say, we're going to purchase this piece of land over here. We are going to let them stay here. Give us some legal agreements, be it 2 years, be it 5 years. You let them stay here until their country steady. But the church group, everybody look away. Everybody look away from these people.
But Shelley, the church group do not even have to take them. The Caribbean being about 90% Christian, most nations in the Caribbean, about 90% or at least over 75% Christian.
That's what I'm saying.
The church has a lot of power. If a consortium of churches come together to lobby the government, there's no way they're sending back these 54 people, guaranteed.
That's what I mean. Either way, either you lobby the government, you present your body there and said you lobby the government, but in the lobbying, because sometimes when you go and you're talking and you're lobbying for things, you want a certain amount of leverage. You say, let them stay here for the end of the year. We're going to put them up at 5 Johnson Street and feed them. We're going to keep them with the resources, not the resources of the government, but with the resources of our community while you do the legal stuff. This is what I'm saying. I agree with you, President.
All right, thank you, Shelley. Adesoji, I know you've been trying to say something for the longest. Please go right ahead. After Adesoji, we'll hear from James. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have fallen into the culture of being reactive. And the reason I say that is after the Haitian earthquake, which is almost a decade ago now, and the recent unaliving of Moise, we've allowed the media to drive the narrative with regards to Haiti. The CARICOM has had meetings specifically on Haiti. And I repeat the word, specifically on Haiti.
I think he got a call. Adesoji, he may have got a call. Are y'all hearing me? Let me know if you're still hearing me. He probably got a call.
We're hearing you.
Okay, all right, cool. So we'll wait for him to come back. Go ahead in the meantime, James, until Adesoji returns. We'll hand it over to him.
Yeah, afternoon.
Good morning, James. You
Good morning. You never know.
You never know. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's been known from the beginning that the Jamaica Labour Party is an extension of the American government, right? And there's a lot of proof there. Like the Bustamante. Where was Bustamante before he came to Jamaica to become prime minister, right? Bustamante was in Cuba. What was Bustamante doing in Cuba? Bustamante was a trade unionist in a Cuba run by the Americans, right? He left before the whole takeover of the Castro government. And one of his first acts in Jamaica is to stop the federation, right? Right? He single-handedly to stop the federation.
Go on, James, go on. We're going to teach them. We're going to teach them today.
Yeah, and then after him, Edward Seaga came out of nowhere. Nobody knew where he came from. And, you know, the speculation with what happened with Edward Seaga and just the direction where Jamaica went after he came, and the allegations that he wasn't even born in Jamaica and he shouldn't even be qualified to be the prime minister. And it's important to know, like, every single stance that Jamaica has taken, where people in Africa praise Jamaica more than probably anywhere else in the Caribbean about rights. And most of those rights were because of protests by Rastafarians. And most of them were actions that were taken by the People's National Party. The apartheid, standing up to the apartheid government, South Africa, People's National Party. They talking about Rwanda, what was going on in Rwanda. Angola, when Cuba sent fighter jets to Angola to help to liberate them, those fighter jets were refueled in Jamaica and in Barbados. And all of those actions were under the same government. So there's never been a time where, like, the Jamaica Labour Party has really stand with anything that the US government don't agree with. If they don't agree with it, then the Jamaica Labour Party don't agree with it. So pretty much an extension. So that's just some history of, you know, and that's why they thrive they thrive. The Jamaica Labour Party thrive under in terms of development of Jamaica, in terms of other things, because they side with America, so America side with them. When Manley was doing what he was doing, they sanctioned Jamaica. And I know we were a child at the time when them used to marry food. If you go buy one condensed milk, you have to buy rice with the condensed milk. You can't get the milk by itself. And that was because the American government was not opposed to what they didn't stand with what the People's National Party was doing, so they decided to punish them. As soon as they came out of office, they lift the embargo, the sanction. So that is it.
So, folks, if you're paying attention and you're recognizing we're going back in history, right? History is important. Chain of events, the recollection of how things happen. You will see why I say the Haitians or Haiti is looking to the wrong people for reprieve, for help. Them can't help you and them not gonna help you. Thank you, James. Alexia, earlier you asked, what can we do? I said what I'm doing. I have been doing it since January 2022, and I will continue to use my voice, to use my space as a place to echo the sentiments, because it has to ring in people's ears. We will go around Jericho's walls 7 times until the walls fall. Dr. Leslie says she's involved on a humanitarian level. But we do have something else that we can do as citizens of the Caribbean, irrespective of what island you are in. You have the power. Remember, no, there is no government without the people. There are no representatives without you, the people, who go into those booths and put your hand in the ink and put it on a whatever paper next to whichever symbol you want to affiliate with, or you check off boxes to air your concerns, your grievances, or what you're in agreement with. I don't know who make us feel like we can't say anything, we can't do anything, that we're powerless. It's funny how we allow our elected officials to find us. Them all come knock on we gate, knock on we door, carry money, carry food, convince us. But then all of us, they know that we have the power. But then we don't even know so we have the power. They know we are idiots. No, we are the big to thank them. We know that we have the power when they are looking for us to be a voice for us. But once we give them that ability, all of a sudden we turn idiot. We're like a dog trying to catch its tail. Then we're the biggest idiot. Them have a right to do it what they do it with. Because we have entertained it, we have allowed it. We put people on pedestals. And until you remove the pedestal and take them down and make them know, say, them are flesh and blood just like me and you, and stop worshiping them, they will continue to have their way with us. So we are the idiots, and they're taking us for that ride. Can I blame them? Stop feeling powerless. Stop feeling as though you don't have a say. You pay taxes. Without the taxes, them can't pay their helper. Well, the start you pay their helper, and then garden, and then drive on, and then pick the private school fee. Know your worth. It is time for the entire region to stop being performative. Be intentional. Be strategic. Stop being hypocritical. And that is what we're doing as far as Haiti is concerned. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Mom, I think, sorry, James. Yeah, I think in respect to, because a lot of Jamaicans, especially our age, we're not old, but we've been around for a little bit. Our age, I just get the feeling that even if the People's National Party government come in and they want to do something, a lot of people going to have flashback from what happened in the 80s, and they're not going to want to participate. I think the best solution right now, and we see it happening, and I believe it's going to happen shortly, is China and Russia, right? You saw the images coming out of Russia the other day. Like, I was watching from start to finish, and I look at about 35 leaders that were there, and all of them, what they had in common were like they were against colonizers. Like, when you look at, you saw Venezuelan president there, you saw the Cuban. So I believe, and what they're doing, China and Russia is doing, that they're willing to put boots on the ground in Burkina Faso. So, like, if you try to go there and disrupt and hurt any of their people, then just imagine China and Russia. So I believe that is the direction that it's going to go in. You know, we just saw that the Dragon deal that was shut off by the Americans, and we saw Maduro in Venezuela signing a deal with in Russia, signing a deal with the Russian president with Putin. You know, so that is where it's going to go. Like, I thought it would have been faster in terms of Cuba and Russia. Like, they would have done more, because they're part of the reason why I think Cuba is in the predicament. So I thought they would have done more, but I see like they're stepping up now, Russia and China. So I think that is the hope. We watch what's going on in Burkina Faso, and we watch the deal that they just signed with Venezuela, and see what's going to happen. But I believe that is a solution, because America is not going to stand up to Russia and China at the same time. But they'll easily cripple any country in the Caribbean that try to go against them.
Thanks for that, James. Mr. President, back over to you. I know you were going to say something.
I just wanted to remind us that Haiti had a certain level of self-sufficiency, to the point where you see Haitian rice throughout the Caribbean. Don't forget that. The Haitians used to feed us. And the Haitian rice industry was only recently decimated by Bill Clinton. And he apologized because when he wanted the farmers in Arkansas to be able to get rid of the rice, he dumped the GMO rice in Haiti and kill out a lot of the farmers. And get rid of a lot of the rice farmers, because they provide a glut on in Haiti with money that was paid for through aid and stuff like that. Now that the Haitian rice industry is recovering and Haiti is trying to do some stuff, look at where we're going. Another thing again too, some Caribbean people is not more sympathetic to the Haitian cause, is that we was sold the narrative that the Haitians are wicked and they believe in voodoo and all the kind of stuff. That is why they've been going through what they're going through. God is punishing them. And that is some of the narrative that they sold to us before we could have communicated with each other, when they were the sources of the news. You understand? As to James' point, James, I agree with you. But it's not a matter of choosing Russia or choosing China. We have to get to the point where we say, listen, we will do business with who is profitable to do business with. You don't have to look for another colonizers. And that's the concept. The West has a concept that they deal with you as a colony. We have Brazil, we have China, we have Russia, we have India. We have a lot of countries all over the world. We do the thing that is beneficial to us. And it's time we stop looking to our former colonizers as the only people providing solutions, because they have not been providing adequate solutions throughout their colonies throughout the world. Turning to Russia and China, if it's one thing I know Russia and China has in common, they have no intention of colonizing you. Yes, you might sign a bad deal with them, but they have no intention of colonizing you. And when it comes to contracts and deals, in my opinion, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin has more integrity than most of the people we've been doing business with before. I yield.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. And we're going to keep it moving. I really appreciate this conversation, necessary conversation, and we will continue to have more of them as time progresses. So I want to wrap up this article. And again, we are talking about the situation in Haiti. The United Nations worried over deportation of pregnant Haitian women from the Dominican Republic, along with Jamaica repatriating 40 something Haitians that landed either, I think it was Sunday night. I think Caribbean National Weekly got it mixed up. They landed Sunday night into Monday morning, 6 a.m. on the shores of Portland, Jamaica. It's not the first batch, but this last batch was quickly repatriated. They were repatriated on Monday. And we are voicing our concern that the region and stating the fact, quite frankly, whoever want argued me, don't argue me, go argue with your mother. The region has failed Haiti. We have not rallied behind Haiti. We have not supported Haiti the way we ought to. But before moving on, I just want to finish reading this clip here on Google. And we're talking about some historical factors as it relates to Haiti. The Haitian Revolution and independence, Haiti's successful slave revolution, and subsequent independence in 1804, the first of its kind, was seen as a threat by slaveholding societies and colonial powers, including the United States. Then you have the US refusal to recognize Haiti. For decades, the US refused to recognize Haiti's independence, fearing it would incite slave rebellions in America. And then there is the US occupation of Haiti, 1915 to 1934. This military occupation, driven by economic and strategic interests, further destabilized Haiti and contributed to negative perceptions. Not to forget the support for dictatorships. During the Duvalier regimes, the US provided substantial financial support despite human rights abuses, which exasperated inequality and fueled instability. Now, let us move on to point 2, stereotypes and misinformation. Negative portrayal in media. Haitians have often been depicted in the media as troubled, impoverished, and lawless, reinforcing harmful stereotypes. Then there is the disease carrier narrative. During the AIDS epidemic, Haitians were wrongly stigmatized as disease carriers, leading to widespread fear and discrimination. And doesn't this sound familiar? There are countries in Africa that went through the same thing back in the 80s. Think about it. Remember that video? Remember that song? But we'll keep it moving. False claims and xenophobic rhetoric. Politicians have used racist and unfounded claims, such as the accusation of Haitians eating pets, to stoke fear and animosity towards Haitian immigrants. Point number 3, racism and anti-Blackness, systemic racism. As Black immigrants, Haitians face the same systemic racism experienced by Black Americans, further compounding their marginalization. Colorism and classism, anti-Haitian sentiment is intertwined with anti-Blackness colorism, prejudice based on skin tone, and classism. Scapegoating. Haitians have been scapegoated during times of economic or social stress, unfairly blamed for societal problems. And of course, geopolitical factors making up point number 4. Dominican Republic and anti-Haitianism, historical conflicts, and power dynamics between Haiti and the Dominican Republic have fueled anti-Haitian sentiment, leading to the expulsion of Haitian migrants and discriminatory practices. But in all of this, it is important to note Haitian contributions. Despite facing prejudice, Haitians have significantly contributed to American history and culture, including the fight for independence, the abolitionist movement, and the civil rights movement. There are ongoing challenges, yes. Haitian immigrants continue to face challenges such as language barriers, lack of support, and slow processing of immigration applications and Haitian led organizations. Many Haitian led organizations are working to support Haitian immigrants and advocate for their rights. Understanding the historical and societal factors behind anti Haitian sentiment is crucial to combating prejudice and promoting inclusivity. Um, Caribbean nations, wake up. It is time now for us to move on to our stories out of Jamaica. First up, according to Nationwide Radio JM, the Jamaica Constabulary Force JCF says there is no need to wait 24 hours to report a family member missing. It has issued a statement reminding the public about the reporting procedure. The JCF says it understands that the disappearance of a loved one is a deeply distressing experience. It says in such difficult times, knowing the correct procedure is essential. The JCF says the belief that one must wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report is a misconception. It says the report should be made immediately. Prompt reporting is crucial as it allows the JCF to begin its investigation and search efforts without delay. This increases the chances of locating the individual safely. The JCF is also reminding the public that every moment counts when someone is missing. To report a missing person, you can visit your nearest police station or contact them by phone. The police say when making a report, be prepared to provide as much detail as possible about the missing person. This includes their name, date of birth, physical description, clothing last worn, last known location, and any relevant circumstances surrounding the missing person. The JCF says providing a recent photograph is also highly recommended. Thank you all so much for the gifts. I'm not sure who was sending the gifts, but thank you, thank you, thank you. So, folks, you don't have to wait 24 hours in Jamaica to report a family member or anyone missing. Have the pertinent details, be as descriptive as possible. I would say go to the nearest police station and submit that report. We're living in volatile times, right? And every second counts, 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 counts. Okay. Also out of Jamaica, Vaz is saying high energy costs are PNP's fault. This one also courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. And we have a soundbite for this. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Energy Minister, according to Nationwide Radio JM.com, Energy Minister Darrell Vaz has placed the blame of Jamaica's high energy costs squarely at the feet of the previous PNP administration. In making his contribution to the sectoral debates on Tuesday, the Energy Minister says the license negotiated with the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, has not served the country well. He described it as terrible. With the opportunity now upon us to renegotiate the license, he vowed to secure Jamaica a better deal. Here is Siobhan Campbell to tell us more in this report.
According to the Energy Minister, previous PNP administrations failed on two accounts. These are the Lackluster Electricity Act of 2015 and the license negotiated with JPS in 2001.
It is very clear Jamaica has not been well served by its electricity industry. The arrangements put in place by the previous administration, the Jamaica Public Service License in 2001 and the Electricity Act in 2015, are deeply flawed. And this government is now taking hard decisions to correct the failures of the opposite. The global and economic situation has changed substantially since 2001, and we agree on that. Therefore, the license terms which were renewed in 2015, were not suitable then and are even less suitable now.
Minister Vaz says these failures are felt daily by Jamaicans in the high cost of electricity and made most manifest during JPS's poor response in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl in June of 2024. The Energy Minister says the bad deal has also significantly impacted the country's economy.
This is intolerable, both for family budgets and our critical private sector, limiting the creation of jobs and economic prosperity. All because for too long we have been locked into this legacy agreement, which does not work for a modern Jamaica. However, I am pleased to say for the first time since 2015, this minister and this government has the opportunity to deliver real change. Change for the benefit of Jamaica and Jamaican. I can assure you that we will do whatever it takes to do that, whether it be through a newly negotiated license with the JPS or entirely new arrangements. We will not rest until we have an electricity sector our population and country deserves.
The minister says all options will be on the table as they relate to the renegotiation of the license. He sought to assure Jamaicans what will obtain in the future will be a dramatic improvement on the current energy arrangements.
All options are on the table. All options are going to be reviewed, and Jamaica finally is going to benefit from the right negotiation by the right minister and the right government. We will shortly come forward with our plans, specifically in relation to the license. We, unlike our predecessors, will not miss the opportunity to reset the electricity sector for the benefit of the entire population.
Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Mr. Vaz, I sincerely hope that in the 10 years that the JLP has been the sitting current administration, that we have a reasonable plan in place, so it is automatic. There is no back and forth, no drag out situation, because yes, our pockets have been bleeding for a long time. However, I do want to ask a question, as I'm not a politician. I didn't do political science, right? The inner workings of politics and policies and certain things, contract negotiations that were put in place. I do have a question to ask them. Them did write in a concrete and can't chip out. When the JLP went back in office, why was it that there wasn't an immediate revision? Why didn't we call the investors, the Koreans and the Japanese? Is it the Koreans? Hold on a second. I don't want to misspeak because you know, them own majority of Jamaica Public Service, but whoever they are, why we never rally them up and say, listen, we need to renegotiate, we need to redo, something is amiss here. Our people, why we have to wait 10 years? Why we have to wait until the appointed time? We can't make no amendments, we can't, not the document. Like in real estate, when you make an amendment to the contract and you have to type this thing up and you have it signed off on by all parties involved, that was not allowed at all. I'm just asking because I really don't know. Why we have to wait 10 years? Hurricane Beryl showed us, quite frankly, how those investors really feel about us. The little reprieve that was given to the people were even getting bills and then no lights. Forget about that. I get bill and then no light. Things were being, prorated.
What I find very amazing is that a good minister who is so efficient at what he do and is so concerned about the Jamaican people, it took him 10 years to even raise the point publicly. And I'm not even talking about the one from 2001. So let's assume it's a new one, the same one that they revamped in 2015. How long has the current administration been in place? He said that costs jobs and affect the economy negatively and stuff. And you in there for 10 years with all that, and you cannot get a meeting, you cannot bring something. I mean, the contract is that terrible. As you said, you cannot even renegotiate it. You couldn't even ask for a reprieve. You couldn't go to Parliament and find some way to do something for the people. But all of a sudden, no, it's the previous administration, and then you would make all wrong things right. 10 years in your tenure, man, give me a break.
Like Dr. Leslie said, then politicians love to hear themselves talk. Oh, and by the way, just a reminder, the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited, the providers of electricity on the beautiful island of Jamaica, majority owned by Marubeni Corporation of Japan and Korea East-West Power Company. They jointly own 80% of the JPS shares. The government of Jamaica and a small group of minority shareholders hold the remaining shares. Don't talk.
Yeah, yeah. It's just playing. They're just playing politics with people because both of them, they're guilty with this thing with the public service, because even I think it was like 3-4 years ago, there was the public service was doing something that would have been considered unethical or illegal. And the same, I don't know if it's the same minister, went to them and and them run him. And he just have to retreat like one little mangy dog and couldn't do anything. So it's obvious that both parties are culpable in terms of what is going on. And sorry, and what he's saying is not the full truth, because a lot of it also have to do with the destabilization of Venezuela. Because remember, when 20 years ago, Venezuela was a big part of, Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago was a big part of why the Caribbean had low energy costs. But since Venezuela was pretty much destabilized, that have a lot to do with it too. So that's a part of it too. But both parties are guilty, because when they step up to JPS, as I said, they were doing some practice where they put in some system where if you bridge light, it just automatically shut down the entire community. And what was happening? People that were paying their light bill, they would end up losing their light too, and millions of dollars in damages in like refrigeration and TV appliances, and which was an unethical practice. And the minister went to them and them run him. So they must know what kind of deal they signed behind closed door.
I'm sick and tired of the blame game. It's as though I guess it's a political thing. We're busy. Thank you so much for the gifts, Ja. We're busy. I blame. Come on, man. Grow up. Stop with the elementary school behavior. Fix the issue. And you should have feel away if you call it out. I know this is where I get different. Thank you, Ja. This is where me different. I would hold myself accountable as a politician too. I would probably start the conversation that way. But then again, everybody want to look good. I saw you go. Everybody want to look good. And you turn up there in your black, green, and gold tie. Anyway, I'm going to behave myself. Moving on to St. Lucia, according to stluciatimes.com. With the start of the hurricane season, can you imagine? Yeah, hurricane season just days away. The Ministry of Agriculture is taking a major step to protect the livelihoods of the island's most vulnerable farmers. Agriculture Minister Alfred Prosper has announced the upcoming launch of a new insurance mechanism tailored specifically for banana and plantain farmers whose crops are highly susceptible to storm and wind damage. You know what? Pick up yourself, St. Lucia. Ray. He said this is the time of the year our farmers are most vulnerable, adding that the effects of climate change are making each season increasingly uncertain. Every year, one would anticipate that there would be some natural disaster, whether it is high rainfall, wind, hurricane, or tropical storm. The new insurance program, developed in partnership with Grace Kennedy, is set to roll out in the coming. Well, on the backside, second. Hold on, Grace Kennedy. Where you come from, Grace Kennedy? Hold on there. Somebody did the research on me because me know what I assume, but Grace Kennedy is which country Grace Kennedy come out of? Which country Grace Kennedy come out?
Remember, it started in America.
Which part Grace Kennedy there, James?
Yeah, Jamaica no, but it started in America.
But them there which part, James?
Jamaica.
Okay, but they reach where them St. Lucia? So what am I do for the family of Jamaica? But not to say, but let me not take away. No, just I'm sorry, Grace.
No, but
Kennedy.
remember, they're
Give
become
Grace some
a
grace.
Caribbean brand, right? They're not just a Jamaican brand anymore. They're Caribbean.
Let me finish the article. Let me get a hold of myself and finish the article. The new insurance program, developed in partnership with Grace Kennedy, is set to roll out in the coming weeks. It will initially target banana and plantain farmers, with EC $1 million already earmarked in this year's national budget. I remember talk about it now. Run through James and then Mr. President. I'm very ignorant, you know. Let me tell you why I'm ignorant people. So Grace Kennedy, big company in Jamaica. I have enough people. And it is known as a Jamaican company. Let us be honest. It is recognized as a Jamaican company. Jamaicans across the diaspora, when you walk into a supermarket, you are more likely to go towards Grace, right? Because it is the brand that is, synonymous with Jamaica, right? Now we understand, I get it. I understand that farming when you talk about the banana industry in Jamaica, that has declined significantly. So I get why they would invest this way in St. Lucia, because they make banana chips and them have them banana byproducts. But carry on, James. My apologies. Let me behave myself.
Yes, I know. I was saying it's pretty much a Caribbean company. I know it's based in Jamaica, just like Digicel. It's a Caribbean company. It covered the entire Caribbean, and I think they do a lot for Jamaica, like a lot. You can't even count the amount of things.
Jamaica farmers, them too. Them have
I'm sure there's something going on with farmers in Jamaica, but even if them not do that, them do enough. Them do more for Jamaica more than every government combined in a Jamaica history. Like even in the diaspora, so for example, in Canada, they employ 99.9% of the people are from the Caribbean. Good paying job, like executive. There's no executive at Grace Kennedy that is not from the Caribbean. And I know they do the same in other places, like in the States so they do a lot. They do a lot. They support carnivals like in different city, like in Toronto, like in New York, so they do a lot for. So take time with them.
You know me already. Have to drag you. Go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you, James.
No, the point I was making is I am very happy that it's done by a Caribbean company. And what you have to look also is that the St. Lucian government has engaged Grace. Has the Jamaican government engaged them? And I don't care how bad the deal is. These reinsurers and these international insurance companies been operating in our region forever. And they literally, in most cases, don't contribute much. The disbursements are tardy, and it's difficult sometimes to even insure certain things with them. If Grace is that an insurance company for the Caribbean, kudos to Grace. I advise every Caribbean country to go on to Grace Insurance. Let the money stay in the region. Let it take it to Jamaica. Good.
Right.
I have no problem with that.
Just on a point, I want to clarify something. Grace Kennedy actually started in Jamaica, 1922. It expanded into the United States, Canada, and across the Caribbean, but it is born in Jamaica. It is a Jamaican company. But I mean, yeah, you know, I'm sturdy. I have to drag a little bit, Grace. Because no, I want to know. Yes, James, you're absolutely right. They have done a lot in Jamaica. I just want to know that this is something that is also done for Jamaican farmers. Whatever, what do we still grow in Jamaica?
Yeah, a moment. In fairness to them, everything to do with food in terms of technology, the new greenhouse and technology, like that's going on in Jamaica, like food processing, agro processing, the 4-H club, they have been like right up front more than any other company when it come on to the like I'm 100 years old and I remember 4-H club back in the days and Grace Kennedy banner was always there. Any technology, as I said, when it come on to food processing, you know, different technologies that they're trying to apply in terms of food processing in the Caribbean, or drying fruits, making sauces and doing, they have been at the forefront of those innovation, and they're always at any farming expo and those type of stuff. So yeah, they do a lot.
They do a lot. It's true. They do a lot. So let me read something else here. This marks the first agricultural insurance program in St. Lucia since a similar initiative for banana farmers in the 1980s. Its return comes at a crucial time as meteorologists predict an above average Atlantic Caribbean hurricane season starting next June 1. Yeah. Of course, St. Lucians, the Ministry of Agriculture, is expected to provide more details on the insurance rollout soon. But this is a good move for you, St. Lucia, definitely for the farmers, right? Hopefully, they'll be able to extend the insurance coverage across the entire agricultural sector. Let me see something here. Oh, look at that. There are plans in place to eventually extend to vegetable farmers, poultry producers, livestock farmers, fishers, and agro processors. So big up yourself, St. Lucia. Big up yourself, Grace Kennedy. Good job. Good job. I know though, James, we kind of beat Grace Kennedy because sometimes when we look on the label, some of the things that no make a Jamaican, I know we beat them bad for that. But all in all, Grace, we still respect her now.
Yeah, but and for them, remember, okay, so just like what you see taking place in Africa now, right, with the farming, like the banana and the sugarcane industry in the Caribbean have been completely wiped out, just like as the Mr. President said, the rice in Haiti completely wiped out. Till now, there Jamaica, we can't even supply banana chips. As I said, the most of the banana chips company, they're getting it from Latin America. They can't even find banana in the Caribbean. So it's not their fault. And then you have a lot of young people don't want to plant. And the government, I blame the government for signing agreement with this medical thing for ship out to other country that's taking up using prime lands that can use for farming for food, and you're going to supply people with high grade type of stuff outside their country. That don't make no sense. You know, that don't make no sense. So I don't blame them for that. That's government and the lazy people in Jamaica we don't want to farm.
Yes, James, and just to double down on what you say, it should be illegal for one Chiquita banana to be sold, especially in the Windward Island, because Chiquita banana is who take Windman to court and decimate the entire banana industry in the Windward Island, because they said our bananas was being sold in the UK and stuff under a preferential treatment agreement, and because of fair trade and globalization, it was unfair to them. If I'm the Prime Minister of Grenada one day, not a single Chiquita banana enter in the country. Not even like a powder. And we have never been able to recover. The banana industry took a hit because for years, and they're talking about preferential treatment, all the sugar cane and all the free labor and stuff they get. You think the UK could even give us any kind of preferential anything based on what we do to build them up? So yes, James, you're correct.
Okay, thank you so much. You want another
Yes,
comment, James, and then we move
yeah,
on to
yeah. No, I
Trinidad?
was gonna say the good thing with Grace too. There, if I don't know if you go in the Caribbean supermarket recently, but you see they're diversifying. Now they have different type of plantain chips. They even have breadfruit chips nowadays. So they're using other things from the Caribbean that's not as short. So like breadfruit, check out the breadfruit chips. Nice.
I'm gonna try it. I'll definitely try it. Thank you so much for that, James. Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on, we head on over to Trinidad and Tobago, UWI South Campus, to begin operations from August 2025. This article comes to us courtesy of loopnews.com. Academic programming will commence at the UWI South Campus from August 2025. The management of the UWI St. Augustine campus made the announcement in a media release on Monday. The campus will be the home of the newly launched Global School of Medicine, leveraging the world-ranked reputation of the UWI and especially the UWI's Faculty of Medicine. It is expected to serve primarily international students pursuing the Doctor of Medicine program. The UWI said this will bring a much needed foreign exchange to the country. Applications are open for the new program. The South Campus will also host several other traditional programs from various faculties, including the Faculty of Science and Technology, the Faculty of Food and Agriculture, the Faculty of Humanities and Education, and the FMS in blended formats. A rental agreement has been signed allowing the UWI Roy Tech School, already based in the South, to share the premises and upscale its offerings. A full sophisticated IT network has been established at the South Campus, complete with state-of-the-art smart classrooms. The campus is also the home of UWI STA's Mexico-funded Geospatial Observatory. One hall of residence has been completed. All right. Good job, TNT UWI. Received, appreciated. Question though, in the article here, it says it is expected to serve primarily international students. And I would like a little more specifics on that. When you talk about international students, is it anybody outside of Trinidad, meaning could be from Barbados? Or are we talking about North America, Europe, Africa, Asia? What exactly are we talking about? I just want the clarification on that. Please and thank you, if you don't mind. All right?
That's all like North America. Yeah, because they didn't say regional, they said international. So
But I mean, any country can be considered international if it's not. I know what you said, James. I'm being very facetious. I sincerely hope that yes, even though they're saying primarily international, they will not shut the door on regional students. That's all. That's it. All right, and it is time for us to go.
No moments. They mean international students, because if you look at St. George's University, most of the students are international. They come from the US because it's a US college, and you have a lot of Africans coming there now too.
But this is
So-
University of the West Indies. So why is it targeting international if it's University of the West Indies?
but the thing is,
Hold
most
on, James.
univer-
Hold on. The Mr. President never finished. Hold on. Why, Mr.
Well-
President?
Well, you look to, it's a balance. As a university, international students will pay higher fees because they are not subsidized. So you look for that to help sustain the university. Just like the universities here in the US, they love the Asian students because they come in and pay all the high fees and so on. So wherever they're coming from is fine. As to demand it to the region, that's a whole new conversation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, they subsidize the local students. The same thing happen most places. They pay more, so yeah, it's pretty much subsidy.
All right, thank you. So before we go down in our coffee pot, I want to say thank you to AT for putting some resourceful information on YouTube as it relates to Haiti. Haitian Relief and Development. We have the Community Organized Relief Effort, CORE, Hands Up for Haiti, Hope for Haiti Foundation, Faith in Action International, Lambie Fund, Global Giving. And another helpful agency, he says here, is the Bridge, the Haitian Bridge Alliance. It is a 501c company. All right. So let us check out those organizations and see what assistance or can be given, or if we can share that information with other people. Again, the Community Organized Relief Effort, CORE, Hands Up for Haiti, Hope for Haiti Foundation, Faith in Action International, LAMBI, LAMBI Fund, Global Giving, and the Bridge, the Haitian Bridge Alliance. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that information. AT. All right, time for us to go down in our coffee pot. Our entertainment news segment right here on Coffee in Two. And it's all about Shanda Paul joins Wiz Khalifa for Good Vibes Only Summer Tour. This one comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Global dancehall ambassador Sean Paul is showing no signs of slowing down. The Grammy winning artist, who has been a mainstay on international charts for over 2 decades, is set to hit the road again. This time alongside hip hop superstar Wiz Khalifa. The two are headlining the Good Vibes Only Tour, a 15-city North American amphitheater trek, which is kicking off July 6 in Darien Center, New York, and culminating July 27 in Atlanta, Georgia. Special guest DaBaby will also join the lineup, making it one of the summer's hottest tickets. For fans of high energy performances, genre bending collaborations, and authentic Caribbean flavor, this tour is a match made in musical heaven. Sean Paul, with his signature patois flow and infectious melodies, has built a legacy of crossover appeal, blazing trails for dancehall on global stages. With over 14 billion streams on Spotify, a Grammy Award for Dirty Rock, and genre-defining hits with Beyonce, Baby Boy, Dua Lipa, No Lie, Sia, Cheap Thrills, and J Balvin, Contra la Pared, he remains dancehall's most commercially successful musical export. 2025 is shaping up to be another banner year for the Jamaican superstar. Earlier this year, Sean Paul completed a successful U.S. tour alongside R&B icon Ashanti, thrilling crowds with back-to-back classics and new material. In between performances, he's also been in the studio dropping Nah Follow Them, and that was earlier this year. He's earned countless accolades: an American Music Award, MTV Europe Music Award, Mobile Award, and numerous nominations from the Billboard Music Awards and Brit Awards. He's performed on some of the world's biggest stages, from the Grammys to the BET Awards, and has been credited with opening doors for a wave of Caribbean artists to follow. Now, with the Good Vibes Only Tour, Sean Paul is poised to bring that energy to even more fans across North America. So you can get your tickets. Tickets for the Good Vibes Only Tour are already generating buzz for Caribbean fans across North America. The tour is sure to deliver exactly what it promises. Good vibes only. Big up yourself. All right. Go ahead, James.
Moments, them couldn't find a babysitter. Why are they going on tour with the baby?
Lord of
One of the smartest artists out there.
Tell them again. Tell them again. I don't care what I want to say about him, you know. We stand to learn a lot from how he moves. And you know what? In Black Out the Nights, you know, so one want to say, the more I say, the more I move. The more on say is the more he advances. The more he said, the more we say, in bank account get bigger. And you're absolutely right, Geely. He ain't never changed. You're getting the same Sean Paul. When he's interviewing, I laugh, I chuckle because there's a certain individual who is fairly new to the international scene. And this certain individual has taken on a lot of the American slangs and using words which I don't particularly care for. When this particular individual who is in South Florida more frequently now, but when you hear this particular individual doing interviews with on podcasts or on radio stations, there is this American accent. However, Sean Paul, you better understand why I say kind of switch you up for you. So if you need a translator, hire a translator. But he ain't never scared. He gonna talk in the way him talk. Him going to use for him dialect, and it is what it is. It has worked for him. Why you say, oh boy? Oh, so see, Julie, how you know? So Julie put the ink in that. I thought I was the only one who saw that. But pick up on it. Every time I hear that particular artist, I'm like, hold on a second. How long them a live a foreign? How long them they America? Why they talking like that? Why they using that language? Why them using them terms there? Derogatory terms at that. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. No. When I call the name. Okay, and that article wraps up the Caribbean court. You mean you can't figure out somebody text Russell up on the back end and make Russell know who we are talking about. Please and thank you, Julie. Angle that. But some content creators sit on TikTok when you scroll through. And I'm like, huh? You just get visa the other day. Somebody knows the visa come with accent. So when you walk out embassy, when you walk out of embassy down at Jamaica, you get an accent with it too. When they stamp the visa in on the passport, them stamp accent in it too.
The stamp ain't even dry yet.
Hey, you know, let me top because Rosolo was in Jamaica for a few years, and this was when she was a child, and the Jamaican accent has not left her. So I'm guessing the same thing in a reverse. Why am I like this, Lord? Why am I like this? Fix me, Jesus. Fix me. Not fix everything, though. Don't fix everything. Just fix some things. My new neighbor, really? Really? Mr. President, my new neighbor. All right, moving on. Let's be serious for a second here. Let's keep it moving. Next up, stories on the international scene. EU plans a €2 fee on small parcels in hit to Shein and Temu. Oh boy. According to BBC.com, the European Union has proposed a €2 flat fee on billions of small parcels sent directly to people's homes, which mainly come from China at the moment. The new tax would mean that packages worth less than €150 or £126 are no longer customs free. Online marketplaces, including Chinese giants Temu and Shein, would be expected to pay the fee. You hear that? Temu and Shein, hope you got that memo. And that is according to the EU Trade Commissioner. Last year, 4.6 billion, yes, you heard me right, 4.6 billion such parcels entered the EU, with more than 90% coming from China. Such a volume had created a huge workload for EU customs staff. He argued that it had presented challenges in ensuring the safety and the standard of goods entering the bloc was properly checked. The proposed fee would compensate the cost, he told the European Parliament. Brussels also hopes some of the revenue generated will go toward the EU budget. The €2 fee will apply to packages sent directly to consumers, while parcels sent to warehouses would be taxed at a lower rate of €0.5 or 42 pence. Interesting. So can somebody then just establish a warehouse and have them send the things there? That's an opportunity, no? Is it? Or no? Is it doable or no? Figure it out over there, EU. Figure it out. All right, next up, also on the international scene, Spain. Go ahead, James. Go right ahead.
No, I was going to say, do you notice that the colonizers, all the colonizers, they're reading from the same book? Everybody's doing the same thing. So, like what is happening now, we see with like Trump and stuff like that. I think they send the playbook to him too. So it's not just about him alone. Everybody is doing the same thing. Like they don't want non-colonizing countries to elevate. They're trying to do everything within their powers to keep back China, to keep back Brazil, to keep back, all these countries that are stepping up now. And you see they're using the same playbook. So it's very interesting. But still they're taking your stuff, right? Like where the Chinese said them take they made the stuff in China, then put for them tag on it, and those stuff, they're not taxing those stuff as high, right? They're taxing the stuff that sent straight from the Chinese company, but they are getting stuff made in China and putting their tag on it and still like price gouging people and making billions, but they're not changing that.
Kind of like the Hermes bag that is made in China and then sent to France. And all they do in France is finish the bag there, meaning they apply the hardware, the lock, the metal pieces, and then they say it's made in France. No, folks, those Hermes bags are not made in China. And oh, by the way, the leather is from Africa. I just want to make sure you're all aware. So those 30,000, 40,000 bags that you're running down, they're not made. The cow skin, the raw hide, the leather, it's not from France. The bag is made in China and then sent to so you can't come brag and show off for me and tell us I know China and things make a China.
Yeah, but moments a long time no man do that. Remember when Freeze one of there at Jamaica, they make the pants, the Levi jeans and all those stuff, and the only thing everything shipped out without a label. And then when you go to America, them have people in America stitch on the label upon it, say made in America. Yes, it's not now they're doing that. Long time.
Nothing new. Sorry to disappoint you folks. That is a lesson in stop looking down on other people. That's what it is. Stop looking down on other people because you paid 30,000 for your bag and somebody else paid $300. Somebody else went to the store in France and got their Hermes versus someone who went down to Canal Street. Gonna stop it. A bag is a bag. All right? Enough said. Spain clamps down on Airbnb. Again, remember they had this last year. Spain clamps down on Airbnb as tourism backlash returns for the summer. According to BBC.com, the Spanish government has called for the removal of the listings of nearly 66,000 properties on rental platform Airbnb on the grounds that they breach regulations for tourist accommodation. Oops. The clampdown comes as protests against over-tourism have begun ahead of the summer season. Demonstrations in the Canary Islands on Sunday attracted thousands of people. The Minister for Social Rights, Consumer Affairs, and the 2030 Agenda said the rental properties in question had violated various norms regarding housing for tourist use. Wow. The announcement followed a Madrid court ruling that Airbnb must immediately withdraw from the market 4,984 of the properties cited by the ministry. The properties are in 6 regions: Madrid, Andalusia, Catalonia, Valencia, the Basque Country, and the Balearic Islands. Wow. What is it with France? That is it that they're trying to limit the number of tourists ultimately that come there? Yeah, they welcome tourists, but not too much, because is it that the tourists go there and are not conducting themselves appropriately? What's the real issue here? I think there's more to it than breaching regulations. Hold on, let me see something. According to the ministry, the properties it has identified either did not provide a license number, provided an erroneous number, or did not specify the legal status of the owner to show whether they were renting on a professional basis or as a private individual. He described the court's decision as a clear victory for those who fight to protect the right to housing. Hmm. Housing has emerged as the Spaniards' biggest concern in recent months due to spiraling rental costs, particularly in larger towns and cities. The cost of an average rental has doubled over the last decade, while salaries have failed to keep up. Should Jamaica do something like that? Because, I mean, prices in Jamaica are ridiculous, I think, across the region. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I don't blame them. It's a lot of governments have been trying to do this, right? I think Montreal, another French place, they did the same. They were trying to do the same thing. I'm not sure if they were successful, but the Airbnb thing, it's like it's good and it's bad. I prefer it in the Caribbean because more people travel and go and spend outside. But in major cities like New York, like LA, Toronto, these places, we've seen like a steady rising in rental costs because people, you have a decent, a nice condo or whatever, and you're going to say, you know what, instead of renting it out to somebody and then mash it up or whatever, I can rent it like 2 weeks out of the month and make more money on Airbnb than if I rent it to someone. So a lot of people, I think in Toronto, they said 35% of the housing market is gone into Airbnb. So that's 35% that's not available for rent. So it's contributing to like people being homeless, people moving back to their parents' house and stuff like that. So it is an issue worldwide. So I don't blame them.
Okay. And Geely put here over touristing. Yeah. All right. Get it. All right. All right. Next up, Rubio warns Syria could be weeks away from full scale civil war. This article also courtesy of BBC. I'm laughing because I saw a video, which I'm going to play in a little bit. He seemed a little hot and bothered in the interaction, but we'll get to that later on. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called for Syria's transitional authorities to be supported, warning that the country could be only weeks away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions. At a hearing of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he defended President Donald Trump's decision last week to lift sanctions on Syria before meeting President Ahmed al-Sharaa, a former al-Qaeda commander who led the rebel offensive that overthrew Bashar al-Assad in December. Trump's rationale was that other countries wanted to help Shara's administration and send aid, but they were afraid of the sanctions, Rubio explained. There was no immediate comment from Syrian officials. As I'm reading this, I skipped over something, but not accidentally. I forgot. When I hear what's happening with those people coming over from who have been allowed, the cartel. Y'all heard about the cartel? The 17, the families? Y'all to be here? Y'all not paying attention. Y'all not paying attention at all. Not at all. Let me see. Where was it sent to me?
Women, they probably get gold visas. And maybe you could say you can't let the sons pay for the father's sin.
Hold on a minute. Didn't you send me that thing? Where you send it to me, Father?
Yes,
Where you send it to me?
maybe on TikTok
I look
or
it.
in your WhatsApp.
No, man. Send it to me regular. Send
Now,
me
but
to
that
regular.
the one I sent you can't. Wait, what the news article?
Yeah. Or you sent a video. Wasn't there a video?
No, the video I can't pay because it have obscenity in it. But I sent you the news article because when I heard the video at first, I thought it was just some kind of spam. But when I just Google it, you would see it. It's on NBC, it's on Fox, it's on every other every American news channel.
Yeah.
But on the Syria part, before we lose it, they want to they want to delete Ibrahim Traore because he is a coup leader. But they was hosting a rebel leader who was not elected or come to power in any democratic process that removed the democratic president of Syria or the elected president of Syria. And nobody saw a problem with that. Now you're telling me about civil war in Syria. Surprise, surprise. You just host a junta. He's just not from Africa, so you don't call him a junta, right? In the White House. I yield.
Lord of mercy. But yeah, hold on. I know. Hold on a second. It is Lord Jesus. What is something? It's so fast, but I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna get back to it. But yes, there was some explanation given
I will send to you. I will send to you.
yeah, send it to me. Send it to me again. There was some explanation given as to why they are allowed, and Lord of mercy, one bag of things that make zero sense. But you know, people gonna do what they're gonna do. It is what it is. Send it to. Hold on. What is today? You heard about what's happening in Buxton? We're going to talk about that too. We're going to talk about that too. All right, so we're going to find, now worry yourself, folks. We're going to get it to you now because we stay abreast of what's going on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, next up. In the meantime, next up. Okay.
Check the email moments.
Thank you. Email. Let's close out that. Okay. So yes, thank you very much. 17 family members, and this article can be found on cbsnews.com. 17 family members of notorious cartel leader enter U.S. in deal with Trump administration. Mexico says. Hold on, folks. Let me pull it up over on this side so I'm not strain my neck round this up to read this article. Rather interesting, I must say. Hold on, let me enlarge this over here so I can see properly. Lord, have mercy upon my soul. Father, forgive me, for I have sinned in thought, word, and deed, in what I have done and in what I have left undone. So, according to CBSNews.com, Mexico's security chief confirmed on Tuesday that 17 family members of cartel leaders crossed into the U.S. last week as part of a deal between a son of the former head of the Sinaloa cartel and the Trump administration. Mexican Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed a report by the independent journalist Luis Chaparro that family members of Ovidio Guzman Lopez, who was extradited to the United States in 2023, had entered the US. Guzman Lopez is one of the brothers left running a faction of the Sinaloa cartel after notorious Capo Joaquin El Chapo Guzman was imprisoned in the US. Video showed the family members walking across the border from Tijuana with their suitcases to waiting US agents. El Chapo's ex-wife, Griselda Lopez Perez, and her daughter were among the family members to enter the US. Rumors had circulated last week that the younger Guzman would plead guilty to avoid trial for several illicit substance trafficking charges in the US after being extradited in 2023. Mexican security forces captured Guzman Lopez, alias Damas El Raton, in January 2023 in Culiacan, capital of Sinaloa State. Now, I'm going to say to you, I think it's still available on Netflix. Go watch Queen of the South, and you'll get an idea what we're dealing with here. Thank you, Cindy. Yes, John. Yes, John. Dataguan. Mira, mira, mira.
Surprising, most people do not know this thing happened. Most Americans do not know that the son of El Chapo Guzman was granted whatever union immunity and 17 family members. So not even 17. But yet still, people come in here as refugees and so on. They are what? Criminals, and you know the other terminologies used for them, and unalivers. Tell me if you could get a bigger unaliver like the Guzman family. Tell me if you have any bigger unalivers. Do the Haitian people that came across the border and came here legally, have they ever even do a fraction of the unaliving like El Chapo Guzman and his family? But yet still the current administration saw it fit to bring them here to the US. I yield.
Jacka said the word on a level. Jackass, the animal, said that the world is not level. The scale no balance. It goes up or it goes up.
Yeah.
Never so.
You know why I'm looking at moments? I'm looking at the Democrats and I'm shaking my head, right? Because I'm like, are the Democrats, can we trust the Democrats to do to Trump what Trump has done to them, right? Or done to the American people? Does anyone trust that if the Democrat goes in office, they're going to immediately deport all of those people back to South Africa, deport these people, and use day one to take away pretty much everything that Donald Trump did? You know, they don't do the same thing when they go in office. Like, you know, like they allow Trump or Republicans to do whatever they want. And then when they get in office, they don't do the same thing. Like for me, like I'm waiting to see like if they allow the Asians and other people to be deported and to be treated in certain ways. Are they going to take the same stance? Are they going to lock up all of these people that's doing these illegal activity? If Donald Trump really accept that plane, are the Democrats going to allow that plane to stay with him? And that is what I don't understand. No, like like play rough. Like the Republicans are playing rough. Like line up yourself. When you go back in office, play rough. Deport every single person that came into from the South African refugee with, like, they're not refugees. They're the most privileged refugees I've ever seen. 80% of land. To me, like, if they come to America as refugee?
Take time with that because we were talking about that when I got banned for a week on TikTok. So tiptoe.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. So the Democrats need to step up when them come back in office. And I'm just waiting to see what they're going to do. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do.
James, do me a favor. While you're waiting, go ahead and write your eulogy, write out your program, go ahead and choose the suit you want to be buried in or if you want to be cremated, and put your plans in place and make sure you have a life insurance policy because you have a parcel.
No, they need that. No, they need to, because, like, I'm sorry, but the same way I felt 2 years ago. Remember, we had this conversation, and I said, if one thing I kind of the Obama administration, they did not do correctly. They did not groom anybody. Like, the Republicans are crazy, right?
No,
but the thing is,
we can't use that word either.
Okay, so the thing with the Republicans, as much as you want to say about them, they have their superstar lineup. They have their Ramaswamy. They have their what name, Secretary of State Rubio. They have a lot of people lined up that can just jump in and take over their whatever agenda and move forward with it. We're looking at the Democrats and we're seeing what's his name from California, and I don't think he's the front runner as according to what people are saying. And I don't see him as a front runner. Where's everybody else? You know?
But look at what was put in the chat, James. So a couple comments. Geely says all they do is complain, and do rallies. Absolutely. Next, Mr. President said they better get it together. The next comment is hold on. Then Ozzy said they never stop campaigning. That is what I can give to the Republicans. They know how to campaign. They make sure that they are mentioned every day, without fail. We need faith. Be a little more. The Democrats need to wake up. Absolutely, they need to wake up. I agree wholeheartedly. I agree with that comment too, Ozzy. He never stopped campaigning. He wasn't in office, but every day we heard about it. Every day. Midterms are when? Next year? Are the Democrats positioning themselves? Are they readying themselves? Constituents, have you seen your representatives? Are you in contact with your representatives? Have you heard from them, their POAs? Go ahead, Mr. President.
The Democrats in La La Land. The Democrats has come from the most polarizing Republican reign, and they go in power and want to reach across the aisle. I don't even know what aisle they're trying to reach across. The people does vote for the Democratic Party with a certain mandate. They go in power and they do not execute none of the mandate that the people elect them to do. When they had the House and the Senate, nothing was done. The minute time they lose one, they start to blame the Republicans. Oh, they're blocking everything. But when you could have steamrolled everything through, you didn't do anything. You're always trying to find this consensus. The consensus is the majority of people vote you in. Do what they vote you to do. And if it's one thing I said, if every politician was like President Trump, we would have better governance. Because you could hold him to, you could accuse him of anything. You cannot accuse him of making promises he don't keep, or at least try to keep. When he promised he doing something during campaign, rest assured, when he go in there, he will do it. Other people will come and say he wouldn't do it. But when he goes in, he does it. Or he attempt to do it. He attempt to do it regardless. But the Democrats, I don't know, something wrong with the Democrats. I think you have to purge the Democratic Party. Purge all of them.
We need to change how we operate. We need to stop trying to reach across the aisle waiting for them. We have to have a little more gumption in us. Go right ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues is that there's a huge fracture, and there's a separation between the establishment people and the new energy that's coming in. Unfortunately, it's like can I say it? It's like they're cannibalizing their own party in a sense that they're trying to quiet the ones who are more on the radical side while still trying to hold on to the politics of way back when. It don't work so. You have to have new solutions for new problems. And especially when new precedents are set, new expectations are set, then you can't move in the same way. Because I remember even when Obama was in office, they were saying, look at him trying to be a king with all these executive orders that he's doing. And now we see the power of them. And they don't have a limit on them. So I mean, you can't approach these situations with the same tactics you've been using that have been failing. And then part of the reason why they're not necessarily grooming the next person is because of that same issue. They're afraid of what AOC might say or what Jasmine Crockett might do or any of those younger politicians as well.
We don't hear enough of them. Jasmine Crockett is up front and center. You hear her. AOC, of course, you know what they're trying to do to her. How many of them can we name as being very vocal, being present, that daily we're hearing from them?
Yeah, the thing with Jasmine Crockett, I don't think she's the right person for now. I think sending her out there would be do a disservice to African American women, because she's not going to have the same luxury that Donald Trump have. We know the privilege already. Like, she can say half of what he's saying and they are going to crucify her. So I don't think her personality in a different body, maybe, because we see how Donald Trump will get away with anything. She's not going to have the same luxury. And one of the things, when I'm watching the DNC, when they're choosing the chair, because already they want to get rid of the vice chair. They just choose the vice chair, not even 2 months. And now the establishment people want to kick him out already because he wants to the party to kind of reshuffle and be more aggressive. And they're trying to kick him out already. And when I was watching, I sat down the night and watched it, and I wanted to break the TV when I watched the foolishness that they were doing, and I'm like, are they going to be ready for the next 4 years? The foolishness that they were doing, it's like a clown show, watching them trying to pick a chair and a vice chair, and it just, I don't know. They need to shake up right now, because if they don't shake up, it's not going to be pretty. Not going to be pretty.
Oh boy. I don't know. How did we get into the US? Let's get back to the international news segment. Thank you, everyone. We're talking about Rubio as the US Secretary of State, and he's calling for Syria's transitional authorities to be supported, warning that the country could be only weeks away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions. 22 minutes. Thank you so much before the top of the hour. Thank you so much, Ja, for the time check. Judge warns U.S. deportations to South Sudan may breach court order. I mean, what court order has not been breached, quite frankly? At this point, I see court orders as mere suggestions, recommendations, nothing to stand by. They hold no value, quite frankly. According to BBC.com, a federal judge has warned that U.S. President Donald Trump's administration could be held in contempt of court for deporting a group of migrants to South Sudan. Judge Brian Murphy said the removals could violate his order last month, barring the U.S. government from sending migrants to third countries without being given meaningful opportunity to challenge their deportation. In an emergency submission to the judge, immigration attorneys said a flight carrying a dozen people had landed in South Sudan on Tuesday. It is the latest showdown between Trump and the federal courts as the Republican president seeks to deliver on a campaign pledge for mass deportations. Attorneys from the National Immigration Litigation Alliance asked Judge Murphy on Tuesday for an emergency order to prevent the removals, which they said had included citizens of Myanmar and Vietnam. A judge, a Biden appointee who is based in Boston, told a lawyer for the Department of Justice, I have a strong indication that my preliminary injunction order has been violated. You have that? Court orders are mere suggestions, right, Mr.
If
President?
if you're President Trump, why would you listen? If you're President Trump right now, is there anything you believe that you cannot do and get away with? Why? Why would he listen?
So, the Judge Murphy, said to U.S. media, based on what I have been told, this seems like it may be content. Next.
And if it's contempt, so what? So what? Tell me.
Come on, courts, judges, y'all know what's going on. And I agree, Jad, we're tying up the court system at this point because you're making your statements, you're issuing your orders, but they're all going ignored. It's like putting your child in timeout and your child comes out of timeout anyway. It's like saying, do not touch the stove, but they touch the stove anyway. And they will look you dead in your face. Touch, what you gonna do? There are no repercussions. All we're hearing is talk, 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 talk. What about a tired? Who gonna check me, boo? That's the attitude. Cherie. Or is it Cherie? Whatever her name is. Housewives of Atlanta. I think so down. Who gonna check me, boo? Who gonna check who? Ain't nobody checking nobody. Who you think that actor? That not applied to me, that applied to you. That's the message we're getting. UK suspends free trade talks with Israel and announces sanctions over West Bank settlers. This article comes to us courtesy of AP News. The United Kingdom suspended free trade talks with Israel on Tuesday and hit West Bank settlers with sanctions, less than a day after vowing concrete actions if Israel didn't stop its new military offensive in Gaza. Pressure from close allies is mounting on Israel following a nearly 3-month blockade of supplies into Gaza that led to famine warnings. Even the United States, a staunch ally, has voiced concerns over the hunger crisis. And yes, I'm rolling my eyes. British Foreign Secretary David Lammy said the government couldn't continue talks on upgrading its existing trade agreement with an Israeli government pursuing what he called egregious policies in Gaza and the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Lammy said history will judge them, blocking aid, expanding the war, dismissing the concerns of your friends and partners. This is indefensible and it must stop. To what avail, may I ask? May I ask? What do you think the sanctions are going to do, Lammy? Let's be real about it. They're going to do what they want to do anyway. We've seen that play out several times. So are we expecting something different from the same old folks? Go ahead, Mr. President.
I think
Oh, James, sorry. Go ahead.
I think he's going to go to jail.
Who?
Netanyahu.
You think so?
I think
I
so.
don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think they're gonna turn their back on him.
Who?
Yeah, because like remember, like September 11, this, like all of these things that happen under his thing, there's no way this man can just not pay for some of the things that he orchestrated. So I think he's going to go.
Well, I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna James. I'm not telling no lie. I'm gonna see that happen. Me honestly don't see this happening. Puss and dog don't have the same luck. The puss way more privileged than the dog.
Remember, he has no support in Israel, right? The support he's losing. That's why he's trying to hold on to the thing. Like if an election run right now, he's gonna a landslide defeat. There's no support there for him. And even in the diaspora, like a lot of people are not in support of him. Only like, the people who fund them, but a lot of everyday people from Israel, they're not in support of him. So I think it's possible.
All right, let's see. Let us see what happens. Let's see how this plays out. Also on the international scene.
That is why he cannot get a peace deal. If there is peace, he goes all the way to jail. I'm not even talking about for crimes in Gaza. He has other charges against him.
Wow. All right. One more here. This one is a TikTok video, and then we'll move on from the international news segment to stories out of North America. Let's take a listen.
South Africa, along with the European Union and China, are making.
Hold on, let me start this over. Let's go.
Donald Trump has found a new enemy because South Africa, along with the European Union and China, are making moves. They want to punish America's biggest tech titans.
And we were able on our own, and we will find solutions for our problem. So stay out of our issues.
Something unprecedented just unfolded, and it's sending shockwaves through Washington. 13 African nations didn't just say no to the United States, they shut the door on Donald Trump himself. Lavish aid packages, military alliances, and exclusive trade deals were all offered, and one by one, these countries walked away. Why? Because behind the glossy promises were demands that cut deep-cut ties with China, hand over strategic resources, and toe the line on American foreign policy. What Trump framed as Partnership Africa saw as pressure a new face for old imperialism. Launched in early 2025, Trump's campaign to reassert U.S. influence on the continent was meant to be a comeback. Instead, it became a standoff. From Ghana to Egypt, Africa responded with clarity. We don't trade sovereignty for favors. This isn't just diplomatic friction, it's a turning point. The old playbook of control through aid and coercion is breaking down. In its place, a new narrative is rising, one where African nations chart their own course. In this video, we're unpacking every move. 13 countries, 13 rejections, one global message: Africa is choosing independence over interference. In February 2025, Uganda was offered a $450 million U.S. tech package to modernize its digital infrastructure. Behind the glossy pitch were alarming conditions. U.S. firms like Palantir and Raytheon would control Uganda's national data centers for 15 years, gain unrestricted access to mobile and internet data, and demand the removal of Huawei and ZTE providers of over 65% of Uganda's telecom backbone. President Yoweri Museveni publicly rejected the offer on February 14th, declaring our sovereignty is not negotiable, not for cables, not for code. His words ignited national protests. Over 38,000 people marched in cities like Kampala and Jinja under banners reading "Our Data, Our Nation." Instead of folding, Uganda doubled down. Just 10 days later, it signed a $1.1 billion 5G expansion deal with Huawei and ratified the African Union's Continental Data Sovereignty Charter. The USMS retaliated by freezing $62 million in aid and withdrawing tech advisors, but the damage was done. A March 2025 Afrobarometer poll showed 75.4% of Ugandans supported the rejection and 81% demanded data sovereignty. Uganda's digital economy, worth $2.3 billion in 2024, is projected to double by 2030, making foreign control a dangerous gamble. Museveni summed it up. Our nation was never colonized by code, and it never will be. Uganda's future will not be downloaded from someone else's server. Africa's digital freedom is no longer optional, it's essential. In January 2025, the Trump administration offered Morocco a $1.2 billion aid package, including defense technology, satellite infrastructure, and trade concessions. But the cost Morocco would be required to fully normalize relations with Israel, open an embassy in Rabat, and publicly support the U.S. recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital. King Mohammed VI responded with a rare national address. Morocco's principles are not for sale. We will not trade dignity for dollars. The backlash was swift. Massive protests broke out in
Okay, I had to step away. So sorry if it started over again. I had to step away real quick, but I'm back. Y'all heard that? Y'all was listening? What's this? See, it's always something. Always something indeed, Ozzy. Always something.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Africa is really rising up, and the audacity with even the French, what's his name, French president coming out and saying that, Africa needs them, and they're not going to leave because Africa is not developed yet, and Africa cannot be developed without the French government. It's just like people across Africa is just laughing at this crazy person, because the thing is, like, what he's afraid of that they're not telling you is that, like, okay, their maternity leave that they enjoy now, the how much years off, they're going to lose all of those stuff. They're going to lose their 3 months vacation, because all of the luxury life that they live in France is because of Africa and the Caribbean countries that they colonize, and they're getting their resources, and they're afraid of losing that. That's what they're not telling people about, like, oh, you guys can't develop without us. You know, the audacity. We're telling you to go, and you're saying, no, I want to stay because you need me.
It's kind of like an ISIV, that civ relationship. You know what I mean, right? I can't be explicit, but yeah, it's a distorted relationship. I know. You know, I don't need you, but you need me, and that's why I'm staying with you. Kind of. You know what I mean? Uh, all right, so it is time for stories out of North America. We just wrapped up the international news segment. 8 minutes before the top of the hour. In the next 8 minutes, we will be continuing on YouTube and TikTok, and we come to the end of the internet radio live stream. I invite you to continue listening or join us on YouTube or TikTok. Also, today's episode will be in its entirety will be uploaded onto Jano Radio, the Talk and News channel. All right, so you'll be able to listen to it there. All right. Hold on 1 second, folks. Let me just check something here real quick. Okay. Not sure what happened. So it seems as though anyway, all right, we'll continue. Seems as though the stream on Jano Radio has ended. So I'll just continue until the top of the hour. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Time for stories out of North America. They made some changes. So they made some changes. Okay, stories out of North America. First up, in Florida, an immigrant pastor's detention sends a community reeling. And we have a soundbite for this one, courtesy of NPR. Hold on a second. Let's take a listen.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is leading the way on immigration enforcement. In just one weekend this month, Florida officials say they arrested more than 1,000 migrants who they say entered the country illegally. The Trump administration says it's a preview of what's to come across the U.S., large-scale ICE operations in close partnership with local law enforcement. NPR's Jasmine Garsd reports on how the arrest of a local pastor in a recent raid has rippled across one small Central Florida community.
If you live out by the Little Manatee River in the swamplands south of Tampa, you probably know the name Maurilio Ambrosio. He's an evangelical pastor at a local church. He's lived here for 20 years. Ambrosio also owns a landscaping business. And a few weeks ago, news about him spread fast.
We're helping a neighbor, and he said, "Did you hear?" I was like, "Hear what?" He said, "Hear that Murillo got deported." I was like, "What? What did you just say?"
This is Maurilio Ambrosio's neighbor, Greg Johns. His eyes water as he recalls when Hurricane Milton hit last year. Ambrosio called to ask if he was okay.
"Do you need propane? Do you need water? What do you need?" That's the type of neighbor. This man is a part of the neighborhood.
Johns says he voted for President Trump last November. In fact, he did so at Ambrosio's church, which doubles as a polling booth.
I did because I was not happy with some of the direction that the country was going.
He was hoping migrants with criminal records would be targeted, but this, he said, this is not what he expected.
You're going to take, a community leader, a pastor, a hard-working man. What did you need a number that day?
That day was April 18th. Ambrosio had gone in for one of his mandatory check-ins with immigration agents. Pastor Ambrosio has a form of legal protection called a stay. And that means although he entered the U.S. unlawfully, he's allowed to stay as long as he meets with immigration officials who ask him if he's still employed and hasn't committed any crimes. But on April 18th, that didn't matter. He was detained. NPR reached out to ICE to ask why Ambrosio was detained this time around. In an email, they said because he was in the U.S. illegally. They didn't clarify why now. Here's Ambrosio's wife, Marlene.
Pues mis hijos están muy tristes por eso y pues como que el mundo se les vino encima.
For my 5 children, she says, it's like the world ended. While she fries an egg for breakfast, she tells me she dreams about her husband every night. Last night, she says, he knocked on the door of their trailer home. In the dream, he bought me perfume.
Agarró el perfume y me empezó a sprayar.
And he started spraying it on me. I giggled and I said, Maurilio, when did they release you?
Pero no me respondió nada, se quedó así, silencio.
But he didn't respond. He just looked at me silently. And then she woke up to the very real problems her husband's detention has left them with.
¿Y de dónde va a venir el sustento, pues, para la comida?
How are we going to eat, she asks, to pay the bills? Maurilio was the breadwinner. All of his children are American citizens. The 4 youngest are still in school. 19-year-old Ashley is now the only one with a job. Several jobs, in fact. We walk out to the field, away from the trailer and her mother. A thunderstorm is coming. The cicadas scream, and a hot breeze runs through the Spanish moss. Like many young Americans whose migrant parents have been detained, the burden to provide for her family now falls on her. She's had to take over her dad's landscaping business, learning payroll, coordinating job assignments, and speaking to his clients. She's also taken on a lot of his pastoral duties at church, and she's a hostess at a restaurant.
I try to get as many hours I can in work, and get some extra money, to buy groceries.
It's not enough. She says she panics, but never allows herself to break down at home.
In the car, it's always in the car. And before going to work or after work, I just feel stressed because of everything, and then I just start crying there.
But she quickly has to pull herself together. As we talk, the phone rings. It's a video call from her dad at the detention center in Central Florida.
¿Y cómo está usted, pa?
He's lost 8 pounds, he tells her. He's been sick. A bug is going around the detention center. He tells her that hasn't stopped him from preaching on the inside. But he wants to know about the family landscaping business. Have you spoken to the customers? Laura, Frank?
Laura? Sí, Frank está preguntando.
In the background of the video call, Ashley can see the blurred silhouettes of other detainees. Her dad tells her, You have no idea how crowded it is here. By Sunday, the thunderstorm has rolled in. At church, on the piano near the altar, is Maurelio's youngest son, 12-year-old Esdras. In a low voice, he asks me if I think his dad will be back soon.
I wouldn't know what to do without him. He's like a best friend to me. Yeah.
Families file into the pews. Most have lived here for more than a decade, and almost all of their children are U.S. citizens. In Murillo's absence, there is a guest pastor, Oscar Hernandez. Outside, the rain is really starting to come down. The air feels dense, and dewy, flushed faces look anxiously towards the pastor. He tells them he wrestled with what to say today.
Muchas veces el Señor va a quebrantar nuestros corazones.
God, he says, God will often break your heart.
El Señor, déjeme decirle que el Señor nunca llega tarde, hermano.
But let me tell you something else, Pastor Hernandez says. God never shows up late. Jasmine Garst, NPR News, Tampa, Florida.
And here in South Florida, I can tell you, on the news, you're hearing more and more stories. The Latin community, especially in Doral, more and more of them are coming forward and saying this is not what we voted for. We voted for the removal of criminals, hard criminals, not for folks who are here working legally, not for folks who are going through the process. Many of them are saying that they're being blindsided because they are following the law in the sense that they're going to their immigration interviews and then they're being taken there. It's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So you're following the process, you're doing what they tell you to do, and you're still being penalized. And of course, if you're undocumented, you can't vote, right? So it's not a matter of who did they vote for now, Jam. They can't vote, but they're caught up in this because of how their family members or friends may have voted. You know, families being torn apart. Families being torn apart.
For me, the main thing they forgot is that there's still that title that he said he's getting rid of.
You know, and I don't know. And when that demographic is exhausted, who is next?
I'm waiting to see. I have something in my mind, but I'm still waiting to see.
Who is next? Hold on a second. Let me pull up this here. Hold on. Next, news as we continue in news out of North America. A representative accused of not liking immigrants.
You don't like the fact that they're
I'm
white,
just
and that's
asking
why
you
they're
to
coming.
say that. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted.
Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance to who they want to allow to come in.
But I think
but
I'm going to ask you what. Yeah. So a well-justified fear of persecution.
Yeah, they thought that their farms were being burned down and they would be killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interests of the United States.
The phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So can you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact.
Let me ask you about the dinner that's happening this Thursday night. The president has offered access to him to the 200 top purchasers of his meme coin. Reports are that maybe about half or more of those individuals who will be meeting with him, many in a VIP reception, are foreigners. Do you have a list of those foreign individuals who will be meeting with the president?
I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know there was a dinner on Thursday night. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So you don't know whether any of the foreign individuals who are going to be meeting with the president this Thursday night, for instance, are on our list of sanctioned individuals, or whether any of those individuals have connections to, let's say, terrorist organizations abroad?
Well, I think if they had terrorist links, the Department of Homeland Security probably would not have allowed them into the country. But I don't even know there is a dinner on Thursday. You're asking me about something I don't know about.
Well, but listen, this is a dinner that the president is having. It is likely going to involve some very significant foreign interests. You have to be pretty wealthy in order to be able to get inside this dinner. Isn't that a relevant question for the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm not the social
Which foreign
secretary,
interests are going to be speaking to the president? I mean, it's kind of naive to believe that they aren't going to be in that room talking about national security matters.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all, because I would be aware if it was the case. The truth of the matter is I interact with government officials and others in governments of other countries. That's what I don't say. You're asking me about a dinner I don't know anything about. I can't answer you because I don't know anything about this dinner. It's the first I heard of it. Like I said, I don't keep the president's social schedule. It's not on my phone. It's not in my pocket. I don't even know. I can't comment on a dinner I know nothing about.
Yeah, I think that represents a real problem for this committee, because there is clearly a way around the State Department for foreign individuals of significant influence and wealth to be able to directly lobby the president of the United States.
But I don't think
your
that's
answer
fair.
is that you don't know this is happening.
Well, I don't know that there's
that
a dinner.
in and of itself is.
I don't know that there's a dinner, and I don't know what the guest list is, but I can tell you, I've run into the president of FIFA from the World Cup. He's here all the time. I see him. He's a private individual. It's not a government entity. And he's met with the president and is friendly with the president. He doesn't have to go through me to meet with the president. The president has relationships and friends and people he's known for a long time. Some of them are foreigners. That's not unusual.
Yeah,
but you're asking me about a specific dinner and implying the various impact. I can't comment on a
meeting with the president. I think you should probably endeavor to get your hands on the list to make sure that there aren't individuals there who are perhaps contravening national security interests that the
I don't think
Department of
I don't
State
have any
is
concern about that. Ultimately, I don't have any concern that the president having dinner with someone's going to contravene the national security of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He didn't even know there was a dinner happening this Thursday. Aww. You should see the look on his face as he was made aware that there will be a dinner this Thursday. You see me now?
I don't know. Listen,
See me now?
put it in perspective. If the current administration, and the president has to know because he's in charge, could bring into the US 70 family members of El Chapo Guzman, somebody who was on the T watch list and who is wanted for crimes that you can't even list in the 4 hours of this show, who else would they do business with? If these people could use their blood money, if I could use that word, to buy. Well, let me don't say that more.
Sangria.
Yeah, let me don't say nothing more because I don't want to stop your podcast. Yeah.
Sangria. We have some serious concerns, but he was flustered. He did not like the idea, quite frankly, based on his body language, his facial expressions that he was learning about this dinner while being questioned. Thank you, C-SPAN, for the clip. He was not invited. Aww, to the it's a pay-for-play dinner. Aww. Come back to Miami. We will have you back here in Miami. Remember, you grew up not too far from me, my friend.
The thing with Marco Rubio, I'm still shocked that he took a position under this administration, because like it just don't make any sense. Remember, like Lico Marco, and remember the reference between the size of the hand and all of that.
James.
And still, yeah, why would he? Because honestly, he like in Jamaica, he did not look comfortable. I've not seen a comfortable Marco Rubio since he's been with this Trump administration. He looks very nervous. He looks like he's out of his league and like he's doing something that he doesn't want. He looks like a hostage. That's what he looks like. Like the vice president looked more comfortable carrying out the agenda, but he looks uncomfortable, like they're holding him hostage. And I think that's going to his political career is that this is the end of his political career. And he better pray that he's close enough in the circle to get a pardon when thing is leaving, because everybody's going to need a pardon. They're going to be like, Oprah, you get a pardon, you get a pardon, everybody get a pardon.
Pardon me, sir.
47 million people just had their race reclassified by the US government, and you probably weren't even told about it. So if you're multiracial, Latino, or marked some other race on the census, this is about you. So in March 2025, the Census Bureau quietly dropped something called the MARC files, and they're using it to rewrite the 2020 census data. So what they did is they took people who selected some other race on the census, or even some that marked multiple races, and reassigned them into one racial category. The multiracial population went down from 33.8 million to 14.6 million, and the white population increased by over 40 million. That is not a correction. That is a rebranding of America, and it erases a huge part of who we are. So here's what they did in order to decide our race for us, basically. They checked other people's data in your household. If that wasn't enough, they looked into Medicare, Social Security, even school records, and also looked into zip codes, neighborhood demographics, and more. So basically, who you live with and where you live can now determine your race. And honestly, there's no easy way to check if it happened to you. It was done retroactively, and it was done in the name of standardizing the data. This isn't just offensive or annoying. It's systemic erasure in real time with very, very real consequences. And it's the census, so it impacts research and funding and representation. It affects how our communities get counted, served, or ignored. And it continues a very long legacy of mixed and multiracial folks being told to disappear, to pick one, to fit a form, to be less complicated, just check one box. But our identities are not the problem. The systems trying to simplify us and erase us are the problem. So here's some common questions that I got on the last video. 1, can I check if I was reclassified? Not sure, not yet. The MARC data isn't public in a user-facing, user-friendly way, but we are working on it. We're demanding transparency. Also, how do we stop this? We cannot undo this overnight because this is very recent news, but we can organize. We can force the conversation into the public and political space where it belongs. So this is what we need from you. Talk about it. Post, stitch, duet, send it to your community, send it to your people. We got to get the conversation going and flowing. Also call your reps. It's frustrating to talk to them, especially now, but silence gives them cover. If we don't show up, they say, my constituents don't care, which is exactly what they do. Also, hold power accountable. Politicians work for us. If we give up that power, they continue to vote against our best interests. And the biggest one, stay in community. Keep sharing your stories like you already are. We're building power just by showing up for one another. And then also, this is still breaking. Myself and folks from Mixed Asian Media and other orgs were actively researching and organizing and trying to push back. So stay tuned. We're definitely not letting this slide. And you're not imagining the erasure. You're not alone in the exhaustion, but we're still here and we're not going anywhere.
Wasn't this done before in American history? It's not the first time it's done. It's not the first time. Kirk, check the chat. Check the chat. AD1 tax prep. Reaching out to you. Listen, it's not the first time it's done. Didn't they do it when they needed to expand the numbers? That's when they decided to include the Italians, include the Irish. Isn't that a part of the history? Or they no longer teach that here? Is it just the rest of us around the world that have that information, but not the US? It's not the first rodeo. It would be interesting to see how they have reclassified me. I guess they would throw me on the Hispanic, because I do live in a predominantly Hispanic area. I want to say it's 99% Hispanic. So I guess this social construct, when will it be deconstructed? Why is this so? It was so funny. We had the conversation. And you know, it's when I said this after that conversation, while I was getting ready to get the show going. I said, no, this is so ironic. Listen, when are we going to get rid of the social construct that was established to divide us as a people? They use the social construct to pit us against each other. And we fall for the okie doke. We bite the bait. We fuel the fire, not recognizing that we are being played. If we would stop looking at each other through the lens of race, we would recognize that we are more alike than we are different. We may have cultural differences, but at the end of the day, there isn't much difference. And even with cultural differences, there are huge similarities. Huge. We have more similarities than differences. Here we go again. Reclassifying. Imagine having somebody tell you who you are. And you're like, yeah. Okay, that's what you say I am. Yeah, that's what I am. That's what I am, folks. That's what where you get that from? Because that's what I am. Here comes another wave of being brainwashed. Here comes another wave of, oh, I'm better than you because they told me I'm this and you're that. So, we're not the same. When will it end? When do we put a stop to it? How do we put a stop to it? She said it in the video. We have to appeal to our representatives. We are sick and tired of the division being dissected, put in different pockets. We're tired of it. See us for what we are, human beings. Human beings. And I ask this question, how can you say you believe in God, who is the creator of every person and every animal and every insect and every thing that lives and breathes, but you practice what you practice? Come on. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, and I think, what is happening now with this administration is a perfect lesson for the Democrats to sit down and take notes, right? Because I remember when Obama was in office, and I was one of the person that said it too, that look, he's the president for everyone. He can't just do everything for Black people. But now we're seeing that we don't have to play by that rule anymore. Get a bunch of people behind you that support certain things and have certain agenda and carry them out the way out this administration is carrying out their agenda. 99% African American vote. Do something when you get in power next time. Don't say like, oh, we're president for everyone. Nope. Those days are done because we see this administration, they do what they want to do. And if you look at the people that's behind him, you look at Lutnick, that man, every time I see him on TV, I want to punch the TV. No, seriously, like I can't stand that man. And Elon Musk, like I saw the Tesla directors like questioning him, and I'm like, is this man really the richest man in the world, or are we being bamboozled? You know, is he like a front for something else? Because that man don't look smart at all. And those are the people that, you know, so this is a lesson for them. When they get back in office, do not tell Black people that, oh, we're president for all Americans, we can't do anything for you. The Trump administration is showing you that, look, the Africanos, we can take them out while we're deporting everybody else. We can change race. We can take a expensive gift if we want. We can do anything that we want. So I hope they're learning. They write down notes and learn.
Trump personally presses House Republicans to get behind massive tax bill. This one comes to us. Hold on a second. No, before I get to that one, hold on a second. Before we get to that one, there is this one. Trump unveils ambitious and expensive plans for the Golden Dome missile defense.
President Trump unveiled a plan for a missile defense system he calls Golden Dome.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles, even if they are launched from other sides of the world, and even if they are launched from space.
Now, this is the kind of story that really catches the interest of NPR's science and security correspondent Jeff Brumfield, who's on the line. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
How would the Golden Dome, so-called, work?
Well, we don't know many details, but one thing it won't look like is Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system, where its name comes from. That's designed to intercept short-range missiles fired near Israel's borders. The missiles threatening the U.S. are much bigger and more powerful, so Golden Dome is going to need something else, and President Trump hinted at that yesterday. He said it would include a lot of technology in space.
How would putting technology in space help?
Well, large missiles are easiest to intercept right as they're launching. But to do that, you have to get close to them. And these missiles are in like the center of Russia and China. One solution is to get above them and fire down interceptors from the sky. Now, this has been thought of for years, but it hasn't been done before, in part because the Earth is really large and you need a lot of interceptor satellites. We're talking thousands. So I spoke to Tom Carrico. He studies missile defense at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and he thought now was actually a good time to take a look at this concept.
Space-based options, I think, are ripe for consideration.
And that's because satellites are getting smaller and cheaper, and the cost of launching them is going down too.
Oh, cost is going down. So how much?
Yeah, well, President Trump said yesterday he thinks it'll cost about $175 billion to complete. And he says it'll be done by the end of his term in 3 years or so. James Acton, a physicist with the Carnegie Center for International Peace, says that's just not realistic.
Just the other day, the Congressional Budget Office released an assessment, and its assessment was a space-based missile defense system was likely to cost in excess of $500 billion.
Now, that budget office estimate actually ranged from 161 to more than 500 billion. But that was for a very small system that can only shoot down 1 or 2 missiles. So the higher end might be more realistic. This year, President Trump's asking for just $25 billion to get things rolling. But even that's a lot, given how much the Trump administration is trying to slash from the budget in other places. I think it remains to be seen whether the Congress will approve that level of spending.
How are countries with missiles like China and Russia responding?
Well, they are really not happy about this. China is building more nuclear-armed missiles, and Russia is experimenting with exotic weapons, including nukes in space that could nuke Golden Dome.
NPR's Jeff Brumfield, thanks.
Thank you.
Here's my stance on this whole war thing with weapons and ammunitions, and we've gone out of space and all of this. If every country could put aside the need to be the most powerful in the world, we would be able to eradicate hunger, homelessness. We would be able to provide health care for every person. Every child would be able to go to bed knowing that they can wake up tomorrow and they'll be all right. They will have something to eat. We would be able to focus on paying people livable wages. But that is not our concern. That is not our concern. We would be able to take care of the elderly, those who have worked, contributed to nation building, allow them to retire at the age of 65 so that they can go on and enjoy themselves and enjoy their families, travel. They've worked hard. Let them live. We could afford to do that for our elderly, but no, or our senior citizens, but no, that's not what we're doing. We are so focused on missiles and nuclear and things that ultimately destroy lives. And not only destroy lives, but we're destroying the earth, the atmosphere. That's what we're focused on. If every single world leader came in agreement, you know what? We're going to stop this. We're going to stop this delusion. Because ultimately, folks, not one human being on earth has the power that they think they have. They don't have the control they think they have. We all are going to have to answer at some point to our Creator. Trump personally presses House Republicans to get behind a massive tax bill.
President Trump traded the White House this morning for Capitol Hill to push House Republicans to unite on what he calls one big beautiful bill. That's legislation that includes massive tax cuts, spending cuts, deregulation, and immigration changes. Republicans have struggled for weeks to finish work on the bill thanks to rebellions within their own ranks. But that's not how the president described things on his way into the meeting.
This is really just a pep talk. We have a very unified House, and we have a very unified Senate.
We're joined by NPR senior White House correspondent Tamara Keith and congressional correspondent Barbara Sprunt to talk through this. Hello to you both.
Hello. Hi, Ari.
We've talked a lot about the challenges with getting unity on this bill. Members are split on everything from tax breaks to cuts to Medicaid, not to mention the deficit. So, Barbara, what were House leaders hoping to achieve with this personal appearance by the president?
You know, I heard more times than I can count this morning outside that meeting, members saying there's no salesman like President Trump. No one does it like he does. And I think that's the point of the president coming to the meeting. Up until now, for this particular legislative exercise, he's not been on the phone calling members all the time the way that we've seen him do in the past. In fact, the chairman of a key committee said the other day that the president has shown a lot of deference to the speaker and members to work this out. Obviously, he stepped in a much bigger way today, coming here, not to negotiate any specifics of the bill, but to lean on the holdouts and energize the conference overall to get it done.
So, Tam, how did he make the case?
He said there was no shouting, and he said that he wasn't losing patience, but he essentially told the three different groups of holdouts to get over their concerns. He didn't leave the impression that he's deeply immersed in the nitty-gritty details or even the specifics of what is in the current version of the bill. But he went in saying Republicans were more united than ever. He came out saying it was a meeting of love.
There's great unity in that room. And, it's the biggest tax cut in American history. And if it doesn't pass, everybody's going to get a 68% tax increase.
Now, that math there is a bit overstated, but Trump is making it clear to House Republicans who were on the ballot with him last year when he campaigned on this that failure isn't an option. And he is already threatening one House GOP holdout, saying that he should be voted out of office. And he appears to be betting that ultimately this forces others to get to yes.
Barbara, can you tell whether the lobbying worked? Were the holdouts convinced?
Convinced might be a little premature. I did not expect the holdouts to leave that room and immediately flip saying, yes, now we're on board. But there was, I would say, a softening from some members who had previously expressed concerns about the bill. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, a member of the Freedom Caucus, was skeptical about the bill. But here's what he had to say as he left the meeting, which he called very positive and uplifting.
It's like an NBA ball game, boys. Wait till the last 2 minutes and watch it. And we're about at 2 minutes and 30 seconds right now. I think there'll be a little arm twisting, a little gnashing of teeth, but I think the president will deliver like he always does. Don't count him out.
But not everyone is showing signs of eventually getting on board. One main group that has problems with this bill are blue state Republicans who are pushing to lift the cap on the deduction for state and local taxes, SALT. New York Congressman Mike Lawler is one of them. He said it's one of the biggest issues impacting his constituents, and he's not going to budge on his demands from leadership to adjust that cap, regardless of what Trump has to say. And the margins are really tight here, so there really isn't room for even a small number of defections.
Tam, how would you describe Trump's relationship with Congress?
He has been in very regular contact with House Speaker Mike Johnson and with the Senate Majority Leader about how the bill is taking shape, about what's possible, what isn't possible. Early on, he insisted that his entire agenda be packaged into this one bill. But since then, he's been more focused on getting a win than getting into the details or brokering a deal between these various factions. And as one Republican House member put it, the president's message today was forceful. Quit screwing around and get this passed. I talked to two former aides who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to describe private conversations. They both told me that when Trump gets members on the phone, it is very hard for them to say no. Though one of them also told me that the White House and congressional leadership were leaning too heavily on Trump's power of persuasion and not doing enough of the behind the scenes work to move lawmakers, like getting local leaders to lobby them or sending members of the cabinet to their districts to make the case for the bill.
Well, how soon are we going to know whether this succeeded?
We won't have to wait that long. The next step is for this to go to the Rules Committee, which is set to meet in the very early hours tomorrow morning. And the Speaker wants to have a vote on this by Thursday latest. He wants the House to wrap this up before Memorial Day, because as much as the drama around the negotiations have been in the House side, this still has to get through the Senate. And it's been the subject of a lot of angst up here on the Hill because senators have been really vocal already about the major problems that they have with the bill, how they need to make big adjustments to it in order for it to get enough support to pass the chamber. So this is still a long drama ahead.
What Barbara's saying is this is just the beginning.
NPR's Tamara Keith and Barbara Sprunt. Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
A good leader, in my opinion,
I'm Layla Fald.
A good leader, in my opinion, an effective leader, in my opinion, doesn't have to threaten anyone. You can present your case. You can make your recommendations. You can provide supporting. You can provide the support to anchor your ideas. But if one has to resort to threatening folks, it tells me much. Yeah, it does. It tells me a lot. You're not as effective. So it's do it my way or else. This is so you can't military family fleet week NYC. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. What is it that you'd like to say? Military boat, can you put it in the chat real quick for me? 1 second. Yeah. We We need to pay attention to that. If somebody's always having to threaten you so that you can agree with them or be on their side, is that how we should be operating? Is that how we should be operating? Huh? Is that how we should be operating? I am hold on one second here. I'm gonna bring up, I must let you know that we are streaming live on YouTube as well as here. And we do keep things as respectful as possible while offering a difference of opinion. All right. So welcome to the stage, military. Let's go right ahead. Let us hear what you have to say.
Well, I was listening to your pump. I was listening to you speak all day, and I have to say, I love what you have to say, and I think that nobody should be threatening anyone, and I think that nobody should be bullying anyone on TikTok or on any kind of social media platform. And from what I understand, it's now against the law in the United States. And I have to say that women are the world's best leaders. I think that we need a woman in office. I think that we need someone that's strong enough to say yes, like this should not be, no one should be threatening or harassing, bullying, stalking, harming anyone. I mean, I sat there listening to your thing all day long. I was like, she's badass.
Thank you, military family. We do what we can here. You know, we say what we have to say. You know, and yes, we are mindful of the landscape that we have to navigate, and things have changed, times have changed. And thank you so much for the follow, Jack in the box. You know, we have to be careful. We have to protect our space, and while
exactly,
but yeah, if you have to bully someone to get your way, how effective are you? That's the question.
I mean,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I can say this. I see a lot of that shit on TikTok with the people who are like begging and begging and begging for gifts and for coins and for money and for everything. And they're begging for inappropriate pictures and like trafficking people. I mean, it's ridiculous of what is going on in today's world. I mean, like, we don't see it, like, we don't see it where I'm at, but I would say it's on this, but I see it a lot more on social media.
Yeah, and we have to speak out against it, definitely.
I mean, I would say this. I also see it in our public safety. My town EMS got shut down because of the fact that our chief was harassing, bullying, doxing, threatening. He was a bad person. He was lying. Our police department was harassing, was doing the same thing to children and to high schoolers and to teenagers. Yeah. So I will say this is like, we need a woman to step up and say enough is enough, because honestly, like
let's keep out the
yeah
words, because
I'm just gonna say that I don't think what people are doing, I think what they're doing is breaking the law, and I think that no one should be doing this to anyone. Point one.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comment and your perspective, military. Really appreciate the contribution. There are many of us who share those sentiments, and not just here in the space of Coffee and Toe, but it's a global thing. Everyone wants change. Everyone has had enough of more of the same. And we have to recognize that our power lies in the choices that we make. We have, and we encourage people to, check with their local offices, check with their local representatives, pay attention to those dates that are coming up where we can exercise our voices, right? And we do that through voting. But not only that, What are the conversations that we're having with our representatives? How are we holding our representatives accountable? Are they truly representing us? Go right ahead. Go ahead, military.
I'm kind of speechless because you took the words out of my mouth. Are they representing us? No. Are they sticking up for people? No. Are they protecting the Constitution? No. Are they doing the right thing? No. The only people that I see doing the right thing is Jasmine, Cory Booker, and the guy he's a Democrat, he's also Jewish. He's doing the right thing. But there's a lot of other people that are really shady behind the scenes. And I have to say, I love Jasmine. I love Cory Booker. Because they are the ones that can get the job done at the end of the day. They're the ones that are literally doing absolutely, they have been screaming bloody murder to get things fixed. And I've been watching all of the news and looking at news articles, and I have to say, I'm fed up of what's going on with the country.
Yeah, you're definitely echoing our sentiments and the sentiments of many other people. And what we have to do as people, if you are truly supportive of those who are voicing your concerns, rally behind them. Give them unequivocal support, unwavering support, because what they're doing is being bold, being brave, and they're being the voice for us. All right. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming up to the stage, military. We're gonna keep
by the way, so Coffee, I'm in New York City. I'm on the Navy boat with my dad.
Oh, what an
experience. Yeah. Our boat just got into dock. We're down at the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal. So we're only going to be there from the 21st through the 22nd.
So are people able to tour the
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Awesome.
so the boats open up on the 22nd. You would need to get a line. You need to bring a passport, birth certificate, a state ID, a driver's license. They've heightened security because of what's going on, what that happened in California. But yes, you need to bring everything that it's like going off to boot camp, kind of.
Oh wow, interesting. Well, thank you. It's Fleet Week. Okay, thank you, Julie.
Yes,
oh
it's Fleet
wow,
Week.
Awesome. Well, thank you I didn't know. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, come down and visit us.
I'm too far from New York, but we do have a lot of New York supporters and people listening. Yeah, so I'm sure they are hearing and they will be inclined to do so.
Yeah, Marty's down there right now. Big Apple's down there. Jess is down there. Thrasher's down there already visiting, and I can tell you, yeah, he's hanging out, having lunch with them.
All right. Well, thank you, military. Thank you so much.
You're
And
welcome.
we're gonna keep it moving. Appreciate your input. All right, folks. Next up, we have Business and Tech News. Our Business and Tech News is brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. And enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Shop today at www.grandcoffeehouse.com and use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. So Home Depot does not plan to raise prices due to tariffs, but some items may disappear. Home Depot, according to NPR, does not plan to raise prices broadly as a result of new tariffs. That's according to their executives in a statement on Tuesday. But they are warning some product options may disappear from store shelves if extra import costs make them not worth it. The country's largest home improvement chain weighed in during a call with investors about its earnings report, just days after Walmart drew President Trump's ire with a warning that his sweeping import taxes are pushing the world's largest retailer to increase its typically low prices. Oh boy. Y'all gonna feel it one way or another. If y'all need anything repaired, replaced, get it done now if you can. Before, hey, LV. Thank you, LV, before we're all severely impacted. All right. Next up, it is time for Health and Science News. Dr. Sharon, there's a video of yours that I want to play because I think it's great information. But we can't play it because after we got the ban and for a week, and then we got violation on what was it, Monday? Even though it has to do with our reproductive health, I am so nervous, yeah. But folks, head on over to Dr. Sharon's page and you will more than likely see the video I am referring to. All right, good information. All right, in our Health and Science News segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food, Laurmel, Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. First off, the FDA is to limit future COVID-19 shots to older people and those at risk of serious infection. We have an audio clip for this one. Let's go ahead and load it up. What is this? Alert Stranahan High School in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on lockdown after threat reported, police are saying. Oh Lord. Can people stop with these threats and what have you? Please and thank you. It's so not necessary. All right, we're just waiting for the ad to finish running and then we'll go ahead and get to okay, here we go.
Vaccines may be coming to an end. In an editorial published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the FDA says it will now limit availability of shots in the fall to adults 65 and older and those with underlying conditions that may put them at higher risk of COVID-19 infection. Healthy adults and kids will likely lose access to updated vaccines. The agency said the change will more closely align with the U.S. with COVID-19 vaccine recommendations in the UK, Canada, and Australia.
Okay. In other stories, in our Health and Science News segment, protein for strength training. Vegan diet matches meat for muscle gains. This one comes to us courtesy of NPR.
If you're trying to build up muscle, you need protein. So does it matter if that protein comes from meat or from plants? NPR's Will Stone flexes some reporting muscle on the evidence.
It was a long-held belief that making gains in the gym requires meat. This wasn't a matter of bro science. Nicholas Bird says this is what the well-controlled studies were finding.
It was certainly ingrained in my mind that animal's better than plant, right?
Bird researches exercise and nutrition at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. The issue here is protein quality. Amino acids are the building blocks of our muscles, and meat has an abundance of the ones we need to grow them.
It should make sense. If you're eating meat, you're eating basically muscle, right? So that protein mirrors our skeletal muscle in terms of its amino acid composition.
Plant proteins also have the essential amino acids, but some are in lower concentrations.
They're lower quality when you view a single plant-based meal versus an animal-based meal.
But does this mean you can't build muscle as well on plant protein? Actually, no. The evidence for this has been growing in recent years. Some of the latest data comes from Bird's lab. He followed healthy young adults over 9 days and 3 weightlifting sessions. Everyone ate the same amount of protein, but some were vegan, others omnivores. Here's what they found when they analyzed the muscle tissue at the end of the study.
The muscle building potential and likely, based on our data, the long-term muscle mass gains would be the same.
It's not that earlier research was wrong. Benjamin Wall at the University of Exeter says it just didn't give the full picture.
One of the main reasons why people assumed an inferiority of plant versus animal proteins was the studies that were a single meal, a single protein over a few hours.
But the story changed with longer studies that mixed up the sources of plant protein.
We now have several studies which suggest there's far less difference.
So long as people are mindful about what they eat. For example, peas are a good source of the amino acid leucine, which is critical for switching on protein synthesis, but it's low in methionine, so you can look for that somewhere else, like in rice. These studies make it easy. They give the participants well-balanced meals.
What they don't do is address the real-world challenge that it is probably harder to consume higher protein diets and you have fewer choices as a vegan.
And meat is more protein dense, so you can end up eating more calories to get the same amount from plants. Exactly how much is enough protein is another, sometimes divisive question. This depends on your activity level, your goals, your age. The University of Illinois study focused on building muscle. People ate 1.2 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. That's 50% more than what U.S. guidelines recommend, but pretty representative of how Americans are eating. James McKendry at the University of British Columbia says it's a reasonable target. You can bump that up to as high as 1.6 grams.
Really looking to squeeze out the maximum amount of protein. And beyond that point, there's really diminishing returns.
And McKendry says, remember, protein, wherever you get it from, is just one ingredient in the muscle building equation.
Protein is really the icing on the cake for building muscle. And doesn't matter how much you consume, if you're not progressively resistance training, you're not going to build much muscle at all.
Here, research is very clear. Longevity, cardiovascular health, brain function, all of this improves when you challenge your muscles and pick up some weights. Will Stone, NPR News.
And I'll say this, if you're not quite sure about how to move forward, speak with your healthcare provider. That is extremely important. Speak with your healthcare provider, speak with a nutritionist, and be guided accordingly. Don't just get up and do something, because, Rasola said this is what she do, so me I gotta do it too. Oh, this is what Mr. President does, so me go and jump on it too because it worked for him. Remember, we're not all coming off a conveyor belt. All right? This is not Build-A-Bear program. Please talk to your healthcare provider, talk to a nutritionist so that you can do what is best for you. Okay? All right. Our final story in our Health and Science News segment, also courtesy of NPR, doctors urged to treat pain for IUD insertion and other procedures. Countless patients have suffered through in-office gynecological procedures like IUD insertions or cervical biopsies with nothing more than ibuprofen and white knuckles. Pain is complex and individual. One patient might feel little to no discomfort, and for another, it can be excruciating. But some clinicians don't offer pain management because they believe it's unnecessary. In its new recommendations for cervical and uterine procedures released last week, the American College for Obstetricians and Gynecologists says there is an urgent need for this to change. ACOG directs clinicians to have an upfront and thorough conversation so patients know pain might occur and are offered options to manage that pain, such as paracervical block. The block is done by injecting a local anesthetic, often like lidocaine, on top of and near the cervix. Lidocaine cream and spray are additional options for patients who want to avoid needles, though there is less research on their efficacy. That's according to Dr. Daniel Savat, an OBGYN at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Savat, who researches gynecological pain, noted that some physicians use a combination of these methods by applying a topical to numb the area first before going in with a syringe. The guidelines include a comprehensive review of studies that analyze the efficacy of various pain management methods. Sedation and anti-anxiety medication are briefly mentioned in the recommendations, which note these options might be beneficial for certain patients, including adolescents or survivors of SCXUAL trauma. What I always tell patients is that I bring medical experience, but they bring the expertise in their life, and we partner together to help find the best option for them. That's according to fellow Dr. Jamie Trevino. Norms change as women speak out. The new guidelines seek to prevent problems like the ones experienced by Melissa Stewart, a Memphis-based attorney whose doctor did not warn them that IUD insertion might hurt, as NPR has reported. For Stewart, the insertion felt like being stabbed. This kind of experience can lead to patient distrust and even make the pain worse. ACOG's guidelines comes just 9 months after the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention updated its guidance on IUD insertions, which also emphasize shared decision making. It's a subtle but meaningful difference and welcomed improvement, says Dr. Karen Mextrot, who practices at the Obstetrics, Midwifery, and Gynecology Clinic at San Francisco General. For much of her career, she has provided local anesthetic for in-office procedures and now trains resident physicians to do the same. Ja, where's Ja? When I came across this, hey Roy, when I came across this article, I thought about, and I read it, I thought about something Ja always says. You have to speak up for yourself. If your practitioner, if your OBGYN is not forthcoming, don't be afraid to ask questions. I think, especially if you're planning to do something like an IUD, right? I would hope that you would have done some research on it, especially in this day and age, where in the day and age of technology, where everything is in the palm of our hands. Granted, not all the information that is available on the internet is accurate. However, you have a starting point, right? So when you have made that appointment to see your OBGYN, and not just an IUD, any form of preventative birth control, right? You want to do some amount of research. Have a starting point so that when you are sitting in the office with your doctor, you can ask questions. I'm not sure why patients are afraid to ask their doctors questions. Is it that you feel intimidated? Doctors are not all. We know you're going to have the few bad ones, but for the most part, if your doctor cares, and many of them do, they are willing to answer your questions. I have had doctors ask, do you have any questions for me? Because they are fully aware that you don't have the training that they have. They know this. But do not allow yourselves to be intimidated by your doctor. Ask questions, folks. Ask questions. Will this hurt? What are my options? Ask questions. Let them be sick of you asking questions. It's your body. Ja, you always say you know your body best. You live with your body 24/7. They see you once every year. Some of them, and if you're pregnant, well, it starts off slow, and then as your pregnancy accelerates, as the weeks add on, they will see you more frequently. But the truth is, women, you know your body best. You have to live with your body. Describe what's going on. Describe what you're feeling. Share with them how you feel about the procedure. Share your concerns. Right? Okay. So that one wraps up our health and science news segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. So we're gonna do believe it or not, before we do our next article. Before we get into our lifestyle article, let us do believe it or not. So yeah, DHS secretary misstates meaning of habeas corpus under Senate scrutiny. Now, before I say anything, yes, what are the side effects? Exactly, Rosolo. Going back a little bit here. What are the side effects of anything that is going to be put in you? Anything that you have to take orally? Right? Okay. Thank you for that one, Rosolo. Before I do any critiquing, let me jump on Google for a quick second because I'm not 100% sure what the qualifications are of this particular individual that has been brought to the forefront. Okay, so let's scroll down here. So this particular person, education, South Dakota State University, 2011, Northern State University, 1990 to 1992, Mount Marty University. Okay, what, hold on a second, folks. Bear with me. Be a little patient with me. A rancher, small business owner, proud mother and grandmother. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I want to know what. Okay, let's see if this one will give it to me. Will give me what I'm looking for. Education. Okay, here we go. Just scroll down. Degree in what? In what? Okay. Okay, so attended Northern State University from 1990 to 1994, but did not graduate. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Subsequently took classes at the Watertown campus of Mount Marty College and at South Dakota State University and online classes from the University of South Dakota. Obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree with a major in political science from South Dakota. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see what the degree was in. Okay. Moving right along. I know. Sounds a little off, right? But stay with me. Homeland Security Director. Roy, why you did that, Roy, why you put that in the chat? Roy, we're gonna be nice, Roy. We're gonna be nice over here. Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem, on the sharp questioning from Democratic senators during a Tuesday hearing, incorrectly described habeas corpus as a presidential authority to deport individuals. Noem was on Capitol Hill to testify before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee on the Department of Homeland Security's budget for fiscal year 2026. And I think the budget has already been exhausted. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was the budget already, has she already exhausted the budget? So usually women are good at balancing money, right? Because they say the man makes the money, but the woman makes it stretch even further in the home. Make sure the bills are paid and there's a little extra. They always put aside an emergency fund. They say women are good at that. So I'm shocked to hear that the budget has been exhausted already for the Department of Homeland Security. Lord, keep it together, moments. Keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it. Stay in line. You're not going to follow. Don't let Roy bait you. Do not let Roy bait you on. All right. Noem was on Capitol Hill to testify before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee on the Department of Homeland Security's budget for fiscal year 2026. She was asked by Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat of New Hampshire, to define habeas corpus. The secretary responded, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country. Now, let me do this, okay? Let me do this. Let's grab this, copy this. Where's Google? Let's make sure we have it right, okay? Because God forbid we have it wrong. So, habeas corpus is a fundamental legal procedure that allows individuals to, okay, that's what I thought too, right? But I want to make sure, allows individuals to challenge the legality of their detention. In essence, it's a court order demanding a prisoner be brought before the court, and the custodian, like a jailer, must then present evidence justifying their detention. If the detention is found unlawful, the prisoner must be released. The term habeas corpus translates to "you should have the body" from Latin, highlighting the focus on a person's freedom. All right. So key aspects of come on, folks, we're in law school right now. Key aspects of habeas corpus. And isn't it interesting that we're able to find this information on Google? Right to challenge detention, court review, great writ or great writ of liberty, constitutional protection, and grounds for petition. Google. It's free. It's free. It is not a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country. It's not. Okay, Christy? Darling. It's not. Yeah. Not at all. So responding, Senator Hassan corrected the secretary, stating habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. She then pressed Noam, asking whether she supports the core protection of habeas corpus, that the government must present a public justification to detain or imprison someone. She replied, yes, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not. Do we have any other comments? Any comments, anyone, before we move on? Because at this point, I'm going to be as respectful as I possibly can. Do we have I just want to see everybody's resume. Rosolo.
You have to stop it. You've been unfair. If you voted for the most unqualified person, one of the most unqualified person in America to be president, why you want to see anybody else's resume? How is that fair? Stop it.
I'm sorry, my apologies. My humble apologies.
I agree, Mr. President. And you were calling not from an HR perspective because I have no comments. I have no comment. As Mr. President said it well. What are we looking at other people, anyone else's resumes for and qualifications? Everybody get in. Everybody gets a seat at the table. Who's next? Let's go. I'm gonna apply. Shoot. I may be more Let me mute my mic.
In other news, listen to this one. At this point, I think I haven't had popcorn in a long time. I'm trying to be good with, I really am trying.
Continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it.
Are you going to continue to?
And that was courtesy of MSNBC. Okay.
He's very quiet these days. What happened? The chain stop working. The chainsaw run out of gas. I ain't see no cutting going on.
All right, folks, let's take a listen to this one on TikTok. How Chick-fil-A adds $1 billion in revenue each year.
Have you ever seen someone on their phone, an employee on their phone at Chick-fil-A? You'll never see that. They're all well trained. When you go to Chick-fil-A, and no matter how many times you go, there's never someone on the register like, can you help me? I don't know, because they're trained well to give the experience. When you ask for stuff, they say it with, hey, yeah, of course, I got you. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll take care of that. Yeah, another sauce, you got it. Absolutely, right? Versus KFC, you're like, I might get into a fight. We might get into a fist fight over, getting an extra side of butter. But Chick-fil-A, you can walk up to the counter and they're going to be like, no, they're going to be so nice about it. That's why it seems like it's luxury, because people are trained in that way to give the guest first. It's guest first. We're taking care of the guest here. Versus KFC is like, here's how you ring stuff in. Here's how you give the food. Here's how you box the food. Here's what you say when they ask for this. Here's how you ring things in, right? Chick-fil-A starts off with, here's how we treat the guests. Our number one focus is a guest experience. Our number one focus is making sure that guests feel comfortable in the building. Our number one focus is to make sure guests feel taken care of. That's our number one focus. If someone seems unhappy, here's what we do. If someone gets the wrong order, here's what we do. But KFC is the other way, transactional. Chick-fil-A is hospitality. So that's the difference. And that's why anybody who's been at KFC or Chick-fil-A, the first thing you're like, oh, Chick-fil-A is way more luxury, because hospitality is luxury.
Thank you for posting that, niece. Thank you for that. I always talk about it. A lot of times you go somewhere, service is what will get me. How you deal with me. And I will say, Chick-fil-A, they have that in the bag. My pleasure. Absolutely. Sure. Is there anything else I can get for you? Love it. Quite unlike a certain place that I've pulled up to, and I remember in drive-thru when I used to take my boys to high school in the morning. They would want, because it's right next to the school, so we go there. And what do you want? Sometimes is the greeting you get. And I'm like, hi, good morning. Good morning. Sometimes I've been very facetious and say, you okay? Yeah. Everything good? How you feeling today? Me and you have no argument. And when you think about it, you're handling food. Can you at least be nice? Oh. Remember, if customers don't show up at the window or walk in, you don't have a job. Remember that. It doesn't hurt to be nice, folks. It really doesn't. It takes nothing away from you to be courteous, to be nice. It really doesn't. Try being nice and see how it makes you feel. How do you feel after being nice to someone? A stranger, a total, complete stranger, even without there being an exchange of money for a good or a service. I go walking in the morning, and every morning that I'm walking, right? Every morning that I'm walking, there's a gentleman, and I know he's walking to the bus stop. And we've become familiar with each other now. We've never spoken to each other, but he nods at me, I nod at him, and then the second time or the third time there was a smile. This morning, he's a little way off from me when I'm about to turn, and we wave to each other. It really doesn't hurt, folks. The group of us that walk together in the mornings, we will hear each other telling, besides Jaja on our treadmill, but you'll hear Rasola saying good morning to somebody. You'll hear niece saying good morning to somebody. It really doesn't take away from your life. You know that? And I think that's what we need more of in this world. People being kinder and nicer to each other. Hold a door for someone. They're coming out or going in, hold the door for them. There was a time, I don't know if it still happens, where if an elder was ahead of you, or they were even behind you, you would step aside and allow them to go. Do we do that anymore? No? I don't know. Society has changed. We've become cold and callous and disconnected. I think we need to, there's some things we need to go back in time and, take a page out of that book and implement in our lives. Courtesy, just basic courtesies. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I don't know. Some people literally have no one to talk to. And just by you doing that or saying that, you'd be surprised what you have done for them for that day. You have lit up their world. There's a young lady on TikTok. I see her videos, and I want to believe she's in New York. Whether they're orchestrated or not, there is a message in her videos. So she's on the subway or the train, and she sits beside someone, and she brings a table, and she opens up the table, and she has a bag with 2 beverages and a platter or some food. And she will go and sit beside someone, gives them the bag to hold. And most times I look at her like, lady, I mean, you really attack to who you want to hold your bag? Like, I know my face would probably be. I'd be like, I'm so sure about that. But anyway, they reluctantly, in most cases, hold the bag. And she will open up a soda, a bottle of soda or a beverage, and she gives it to them. And they look at her, and then you know what follows? You know what follows? A smile. She has broken the ice with them. They smile. And then she invites them to take part in the dish. And then they strike up a conversation. And then they hug. I'm not saying to do that, but just small gestures can make a big difference in someone else's life. Let us be kinder to each other as we go about our daily living. Let us for a minute put aside our burdens. For a minute, be removed from the woe is me mentality. Lift our heads up. Stop looking down. Just lift our heads up. Just for a moment. Let's try doing that daily. All right? Let's try. It's not hard. All right, so it's time for us to get into our final piece for the day. And then at the bottom of the hour, I do have to part ways with you all. I have to go. So our lifestyle article, Why Money and Power Affects Male Self-Esteem. This one on bbc.com. So the New York Times saying, all right, we'll look at that tomorrow. What we earn can affect our mental well-being, especially when we compare ourselves to those around us. And it can negatively influence male mental health. It stings your pride a little bit that your wife is the one out making all the money. That's according to Dave. And his status, stay-at-home dad. And, a guy's guy. You tell them you stay home and they think you're some feminine dude. That's Tom. Both were participants in an in-depth research study where men and women were interviewed about the impact of the woman in the relationships being the breadwinners. Another, Brendan, had good reason to feel judged. Family members labeled him the house bee. Ouch. These are but 3 examples of the judgment experienced by men who don't have jobs outside the home and whose female partners are the primary earners. In the study, the men said they felt judged, partly because it's long been assumed that men are the main breadwinners in society. However, an increasing number of women are out earning their male partners, and this gradual rise of female breadwinners is revealing that who earns the money, well, has lasting and influential impacts on power dynamics, both at home and in wider society. A key reason these changing family dynamics are so influential is because money is so closely tied to power. When men aren't the highest earners in their household, but are expected to be by some sections of society, it can lead them to feel disempowered, decreasing mental well being and even increasing the likelihood of divorce. Overall, men still tend to out earn women, and among married couples with children, and women do more child care and housework than men, a stubborn discrepancy found globally. In part, this is thought to be due to gender expectations, but in some cases, it may also reflect an economic necessity where the higher earner's career tends to be prioritized. So, women are more likely to step back into part time, flexible roles. Despite the increase in breadwinning women, gender attitudes to paid work and roles at home have been slower to change. Even if women are the higher earners, they still do more housework and childcare than lower earning male partners. And while among some age groups there's been an increase in support for gender equality, men still show lower satisfaction if they are out earned. An increasing body of research shows that it can affect a man's self esteem and happiness if their female partner earns more than them. But how serious is this problem really? And what can be done to help men adjust to their new reality? It's a little taboo for men to even talk about the impact of their female partner becoming the breadwinner. They might feel supportive of their partner's career, whilst at the same time feeling that they're not fulfilling their role as breadwinners because many outdated assumptions of masculinity remain prevalent. This is especially true when men inadvertently become stay at home fathers due to job loss or relocation rather than choice. Harry Bunton, an ex consultant and now rising social media influencer based in Sydney, Australia, recently lost his job. He posted on social media afterwards to thousands that his values as a man, husband, and father were impacted. It makes sense to me why there's such a high rate of depression and worse in that population. When things don't go to plan, it can really be devastating and can really challenge your ideas of what it means to be a man. My hope is that sharing this story is that people can identify with it and their value is not predicated on events like this. I feel most empowered to be the dad that I want to be. The scales of imbalance, societal scales of imbalance. Huh. So let me ask a question. Woman, both you and your partner are working. Your partner loses his job. Let us say he got fired. Let us say the company shut down. Let us say they downsized, and as such, there. What's the term for when you know fire them, but you do what? What's the term, Rasola? You know you're not HR. What's the term?
Retrenched.
No, man, another word, them man. But it's along those lines. You don't fire them, but lay them off. Is that
Furloughed.
furloughed? Lay them off, right? And you know, it's not like you get laid off today. You have a job tomorrow. There is some downtime. Now, this downtime may be dependent on your network, right? Who you redundant? Yes, that's another word, Alexia. Now, your downtime is dependent on a few factors. The amount of time you spend out of work is dependent on a number of factors, right? Um, Number one, network. Who do you know? That is the quickest way to get back in the workforce. Who you know? Nepotism. It's a double-edged sword. There are positives to nepotism, right? The less people you know, or the less people you know within a certain industry that you are familiar with, the longer it's going to take for you to be up and running again. Now, then you also have to think about your skills. So let us say there is no job available with your particular skill set, but there are jobs available with other skill sets, and you don't have those skills. So now you have to do some up training. That can take time, further dragging out the amount of time or extending the time it is going to take for you to be up and running again. Women, when your men are going through that, or when a man has to go through that, how do you see that man? Do you lose respect for him for that time that he's down? Or do you continue to respect him? Do you continue to support him, lift him up? Or you wait until he's up and up again? And then you pick up the pieces. How do you look at that man? As long as he's trying, it is fine. Good. Thank you for that, Julie. Thank you for that. Because that too could also be one of the variables in the equation of how men feel when they're not working. Now, let us add, but if he just sits and does nothing, it's a hard no. Gotcha. Absolutely. I get that. Absolutely. Hold on. Let me go back here because I know Mr. President said something. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even if I work for $5, I gotta work. Understandable. So no, that aside, let us look at the couples who decide, you know what? We have to talk economics and what is practical and affordable and reasonable. So you have two young children. Let us say one is a nurse. One partner is a nurse. Let us say the wife is a nurse. The wife, let's say she makes $80,000, $90,000 a year. Just throwing figures out there, okay? Just run that random figures. Just stay with me though. She makes $90,000 a year. But she has a shift, you know how shifts go in the medical field, right? It's not really stable unless you're you're working in the private care. But if you're in a hospital, chances are you're going to have staggered shifts, right? Now, your husband works, the man works, and he makes, let's say, $80,000 a year. Something happens. He loses his job, not able to pick up something, daycare. I'm sitting at the table and I said, but hold on a second. We've been putting this much into daycare? Huh? Two young children. How much is it to put a child in daycare right now? I don't know. One child in daycare for the week. What's the cost? Anybody knows? Two children. What's the cost? Then you have to pay extra if you're late to pick up. But anyway, you crunch the numbers and you recognize, hold on a second. Between traffic, gas, this, that, all the other. Let's take a break. You stay home since my schedule is more demanding and I make more. Darling, you stay home. Let's eliminate the daycare expense for a little bit, right? Why should it matter to people outside of your relationship how your niece pays $1,200 a month for her 9-month-old? And that we're dealing with there now, Miss Niece. But anyway, you run the numbers. And both you and your partner decide that it is best for the husband to stay home or the man to stay home because the numbers. Would you say to your wife, you know what? You make more money, but meanwhile, you quit your job. You stay home instead. Knowing that you're going to be putting us, financial constraints are going to come into play. If I'm making sense. Understand me? I go, well, not understand my brain kind of mess up here now. Whatever, Ozzy. The decision you and your partner make, quite frankly, shouldn't be anybody else's concern. It's what works for you, and you have a plan, and you know what I mean. You and your wife have a plan. You decide to be a stay-at-home husband. Una must know why Una make that decision. It is not for me to judge you. It really isn't. I don't think it's our business to judge that person. No, I understand, right, Mr. President, that I understand how, some of us will look at it. Well, get a job online or something. Do something. Go ahead.
Comment. It got nothing to do with how people look at it. I just think I sitting down home. I don't care the situation. If I lose my job, a temporary stuff yet. Yes. But to be a house husband, I will get crazy. I would get crazy. I have to find something online. I have to find something in the neighborhood, some landscaping, pick up bottles, something. But when they wake up, even if it's $1, I have to put to the bills. I know I can't handle it. I can't handle it personally. I don't care how much you make more than me, but I have to make something. As a man, I don't know. I can't stomach it. I'm sorry.
As they say, donate plasma, something. DoorDash. But if you get up under the DoorDash, I see what you know. What I'm not going to raise the point I was going to raise. Scratch that moment. Scratch it. I see what you're saying. But should the men feel some type of way in them feelings because a woman makes more than them? Let me ask that question. Should a man?
No. I disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't think a woman ability to earn should be limited by your limitation. And if she is in a field or she's doing something that she can excel, I think it's your duty to ensure that she does the best she possibly can. But at the same time, you have to pay your dues. You have to make your contribution. I don't care if my wife is a multimillionaire. I ain't sitting on a couch and play video games or nothing. So I have to go and earn me like a $50,000.
Right. I agree with him. I don't feel like that's an issue. Different markets, different industries, you have different numbers associated with it. Maybe she have a PhD, maybe I just have a bachelor's degree. You know what I mean? And then everybody's drive and opportunities are different. But if there's something inside of you or that person where you lose respect because of the amount that they make, then yeah, don't do that. Work on yourself, but also don't do that.
All right. Okay. I don't think it should matter if the man makes more, the woman makes more. Two hands can clap. And of course, the amount of income one earns is dependent again on skill sets, experience, the industry you work in. Because guess what? The both of you can be lawyers, The both of you can be attorneys. But because of the field that you're in, the type of law you practice, the woman can make more than the man. You know that, right? Okay. So it's about supporting, really supporting. I don't think we should allow the money to determine how much one is respected in the relationship. You're both earning honestly, you're both getting up and going to 8 to 5, going to an 8 to 5, just different 8 to 5s or 9 to 5, whatever you want to call it, working 9 to 5, right? It shouldn't, you're both working, honest, making an honest living. Support each other. Support each other. And I do believe that because of societal expectations and norms and standards that have been put in place, men do come under a lot of pressure. A lot of men are afraid to tell their friends or family members, oh, my wife makes more than me, or my girlfriend makes more than me. And that shouldn't be the case. That's me, personally. All right, go ahead before we move on. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, I was just going to say too, like there are certain professions where because of certain titles, people assume that as well, and it might not be the case. For example, I know some doctors who make pretty much the same amount as me. But because they're a doctor, then it's like the assumption that, oh, okay, yeah, she would definitely make significantly more than me.
There are some nurses who make more than doctors, by the way, folks. Just in case you didn't know. All right. So next, hold on a second. Next. Ex-wife still has.
I come back. Whoa, wait. Ozzy, no more money there.
What you say?
I say, where my money there?
In your bank account, where you put it?
Your mouth too fresh.
Caribbean relationships. They're the most entertaining, aren't they? All right, so let's listen to this one. Ex-wife still has access to bank account.
Hold on. Is it true your ex-wife have access to your bank account?
Yeah. I told you I trust her implicitly.
I beg your pardon?
Implicitly. I trust her. If she wanted to take it, she should. There's very few people that you meet where you can trust implicitly. And to be honest, she was there when we were living at the in-laws' house. She was there when we couldn't afford a hamburger. She was there through the grind. She, to me, just like we kind of separated when we started making it.
Right.
So she doesn't get to enjoy any of that.
Right.
To me, that's not right.
Hey,
I'm a loyalty guy.
You are a boy. You loyal to the song for real.
Yeah.
I don't know too many people doing that.
No, it surprises people. But she could have, if she wanted to do something with it, she could have done with it a long time ago.
If your ex-wife, is she married?
She's dating somebody, boyfriend.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah. I want her to be happy. It's true.
But then she can't get no more access, Dave. She got to cut off, cut her low.
I won't even notice if it's gone.
You mean to tell me she might?
I mean, if she takes it all.
No. But she might take like, you know what? I'm gonna have this extravagant wedding. I'm gonna spend, $500,000 on a wedding. You cool with?
Yes. 100%. 100%.
Lord have mercy. What did you learn during that marriage about yourself?
She's still my best friend. Like, we get along
better as friends than
relationship. Yeah, but she was with me at the beginning of this company. And like, if she called me right now, it's like, I need you, I'd be there. It's like it just didn't work as a marriage.
Hold on. Is it
That's just one of their accounts. Don't let him fool you. That is one of his many accounts. She's just on one. Okay. Ain't nobody stupid out here.
Men, where are the men?
The only reason why he wouldn't even notice if it's gone is because it's a minor one. If it's a major account, he must notice. And nobody is saying she could take all of your money. I'm not disputing the relationship. I'm saying the amount of money available on the account she has access to is not material to the point where it would materially affect his life. That's why I say he would not even notice if it's gone. And if she work hard and help him build it, she deserves to have a portion. I have no problem with that. But don't try to give us the impression like, oh, this is all your wealth and she have access to it. No.
Can I just say though that I have an ex who I would actually give access to all of my accounts, and I am very sure, 110% sure he won't do anything with it. That's how much I know his character. That's how much I trust him. That's how much I love him. And I know that he would do the same with me. we won't do that. But honestly, I mean, this man had access to my bank accounts before, and he never did anything. I gave him, you know, when I was moving out to residency, I gave him the key to my condo, and he literally prepared it for sale for me, got everything together for me. Like, he's a real one. It was my fault. I left, but he's a real one. Yeah. I was young, dumb, and I wasn't full of that, but I was young and dumb. Seriously. Probably one of the few, if any, regrets I have in life was not staying with that relationship. And the reason we broke up was really for minor stupid stuff, you know, because you think I don't know, it was stupid stuff. But no, I do think that can exist. And because I would do that with that person, with my ex, Tom.
Ozzy says, I respect to the honesty. Respect to the honesty. Of course, you know, at least, yeah, that is good that you can call a spade a spade. Absolutely. Now, me personally, no matter how good a relationship me and the person have before, during, and after, I have cutoff points. I'm sorry, you're not going to have access to my bank account. I don't think you need to have access to my bank account. Now, we built our life together. We started from the bottom. Now we're here. Sure, I have no problem sharing. We will split it down the middle. You take your 50 cents. I take my 50 cents. And we move forward. Me now give you access to my 50 cents, brethren. Nah.
Let in the middle.
Me Babsy jiggle.
Let in the middle.
I wouldn't take it to that extent, but you know, if things are amicable, then I would respect the talent or the humanity in that person, right? So, like, let's say I have an ex who is, I don't know, she has a business that does XYZ, blah, blah, blah. If I know she's good at her work, then I'm definitely going to refer people to her. I'm definitely going to use her services if it doesn't impede, you know, if we have a situation where, you know, the history doesn't affect anything like that. But yeah, I don't see why not. People are people. We all in each other's lives for a moment, pun intended.
Now, my ex-husband, I wouldn't leave a penny. I would not a penny, my son. Not a thing. Greedy, not trustworthy. And you know how you know they ain't trustworthy? Because if they cheat, you know that integrity is not their thing. Never, not me, sir.
Ja wants to know what she missed. So, Ja, we just played a clip with a man saying his ex-wife still has access to his bank account.
Yeah, more
He crazy.
yeah. Shannon Sharp needed a woman like that. He would not be in the $50 million problem if he had a woman like that. Find yourself one of those women.
I don't see what's wrong with that if they have a good relationship. She may not have access to all his money. She has access to that account. I don't see I don't see anything wrong with that.
Why does
They
she
have
need
children
access?
together.
Okay,
Pardon
hold
me?
on, Ja. Hold on, Ja.
That's between them
Is
why
it
she
true?
needs access. If they have children and they're raising children together and they're still co-parenting, and he's providing I don't want to replace this roof. He's assisting with the care of the children. Then I really don't see any problem if they agree to that and they get along and they have this mutual relationship I think that's healthy. I don't see anything. There's so many toxic breakups and toxic relationships where you don't focus on the children. If they're focusing on their children, I mean, I don't see anything wrong. I don't know why she has access.
All right, let me
If
play
it's,
the clip again. I'm gonna play the clip
thank
again.
you.
I'm gonna play the clip again.
Just so you know, this
Yes,
is my
Grammy.
idea.
Pardon?
You can have access to anything I have or so.
Thank you.
You want access to my piggy bank? My piggy bank is available to you, eh?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on. Is it true your ex-wife have access to your bank account?
Yeah. I told you I trust her implicitly.
I beg your pardon?
Implicitly. I trust her. If she wanted to take it, she could. There's very few people that you meet where you can trust implicitly. And to be honest, she was there when we were living at the in-laws' house. She was there when we couldn't afford a hamburger. She was there through the grind. She, to me, just like we kind of separated when we started making it.
Right.
So she doesn't get to enjoy any of that.
Right.
To me, that's not right.
Hey,
I'm a loyalty guy.
You are a boy. You loyal to the song for real.
Yeah.
I don't know too many people doing
I
that.
know it surprises people, but she could have, if she wanted to do something with it, she
Right.
could have done with it a long time ago.
If your ex-wife, is she married?
She's dating somebody, boyfriend.
And you cool with that?
Yeah. I want her to be happy. It's true.
But then she can't get no more access, Dave. She got to cut off, cut a low.
I won't even notice if it's gone.
You mean to tell me she might?
I mean, if she takes it all.
No. But she might take like, you know what? I'm gonna have this extravagant wedding. I'm gonna spend, $500,000 on a wedding. You cool with?
Yes. 100%. 100%.
Lord have mercy. What did you learn during that marriage about yourself?
She's still my best friend. Like, we get along
better as friends than
yeah,
relationship.
but she was with me at the beginning of this company. And like, if she called me right now, it's like, I need you, I'd be there. It's like we're it just didn't work as marriage.
Hold on. Is it true your ex-wife have access to your bank account?
Yeah.
Okay, so he explains it right there. She was there with him from the beginning. She didn't get to enjoy all of it, so she has access to funds. They have a great relationship. She's his best friend. He trusts her explicitly. That's their business. Shannon Sharp needs to work on the 19-year-old that is suing him and figure that part out.
I don't care what Rosella say. The operative word here is, if she took it all, I would not even notice. You're selling us a false premise. You're selling us the premise of honesty and trust that she have access to all your money. That is not the case. The fact that you're qualified saying that if she took it, you would not notice, and you're a multimillionaire with all these expenses and overheads and stuff, it means that she has access to a particular account, which based on the explanation, she rightfully have access to. But don't make it feel as though she have access to your entire net worth that she can do as she feel with it. She has access to the account where she contributed to the company she helped build, and that is what is important and that is commendable. But don't sell it like she have access to all your wealth. I'm not buying that.
I don't believe she has access to all his wealth. I believe she has access to a particular account. So I agree with you, Mr. President. But I don't see anything wrong with her having access to a particular account.
So we saw talk. I saw give my perspective.
Neither do I.
Yes, that, Mr. President. I didn't hear what he said.
If she should have built a company, she should have access to it.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with
that. The full thing, I have no problem with that.
So,
for that
okay.
particular business.
So, CIT, I brought up Lenny Powell on the stage. Lenny, welcome to Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go. Not sure if you've been to this space before. Would love to hear your perspective, but I must let you know that we are streaming live on YouTube as well as here, and we keep it PG-13. Go right ahead.
Greetings, panel. Greetings, Coffee. Yeah, a couple of the people on the panel made quite a pregnant argument. I'm divorced. Me and my ex still have an account. We use it, equally. And I don't see a problem with it because we have kids. And basically, I think we got along better now that we're divorced than when we were married. So I kind of understand some people's perspective on that, and I think she calls on me more now, now that we're not married than when we were, because anything needs to be done around the house. She has a boyfriend, but she calls me. A car needs fixing, she calls me. The kids need stuff
Lenny, stop right there. So you said she has a boyfriend, but she calls you?
Yes. And I'm the one that usually does like take care of the stuff around the house. So it just seems natural for me to just do it because my kids are still there and everything, And I remember one night I was out I was chilling with a bunch of friends of mine, and he said to me, because he didn't know I got divorced and separated. So he asked me about my wife. So when I told him, he was like, "What, really?" He's like, "Yeah." He was like, "You know what? When you two find out that there are nobody else out there for you two, you're going to get back together." And I laughed about it. And he said it to her and she laughed about it. But like I said, it's not an issue for me. We both contributed to the account. And if I need anything and I call her, she will not hesitate to let me have it. If I'm like short for cash on something and I call her, I know it's not a problem. If she have it, I will have it. So I kind of understand some people's situation.
So let me ask you a question. How does the boyfriend feel in all of this, knowing that you are the one she's coming to in times of need? How does the boyfriend feel?
I don't know and I don't care. It's up to her. You know what I'm saying? So if it's cool, I'm doing me, and she doesn't have an issue with it, that means I guess it must be fine with him.
So another question. I'm putting you on the spot, Lenny. Hot seat. So
I'm beside it's our house, it's his house.
It's whose house? Both of your house?
Our house.
And he stays there?
No, he don't stay there.
Oh.
No, he don't stay there.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Sorry, relief. I hope not. I hope if he wants to pursue and live together, I hope they will find another house. That's me, the people that business. But so Lenny, let me ask you a question. If you're dating somebody and she has access to her ex's account, how would you feel? You're okay with that?
I guess I would be. Because I'm gonna speak as a man. Mine is mine's. I make enough to satisfy me. And if I do need help financially, I have brothers and sisters I would go to. I'm not the kind of dude who'd be like, "Yo, go get your man money and bring it to me." I'm not that kind of dude. Because personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable knowing I'm spending another man's money. No, that's just me.
Because of what you said, I have a better understanding of why it is that she would call on you to fix things around the house. But my thing is this: and I'm gonna pretend to be a man now. If I'm a man in a woman's life and she has an ex, and I know that she's having car troubles, I want her to come to me first. I don't want her to go to her ex because it's gonna make me feel like I am not man enough. I'm not up to par. I'm not capable. But that's my feelings. If I'm me at the boyfriend.
True that, but some men don't know. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Who was it? Ja, you say you have your hand raised? Ja. I thought I saw a hand raised.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Lenny. Continue, Lenny.
Yeah, so I'm saying maybe that man doesn't know that some men are not handy around the houses or with cars and stuff like that.
Well, he should make sure if I am the ex, if I'm your ex, and I have a new man, and I said to the man, you know what, the car need the oil need for change, just simple things. Oil need for change because the light on the dashboard. I would expect that the man is going to, if him can't do it, I'm going to say, all right, don't worry, babes, I'll handle it. I'll take care of it. I shouldn't have to come to you, my ex, to deal with that. No, sir.
But some men are smart.
You probably me not go want you full stop. If me have to come back to my ex, me not go want you.
Probably true. But the fact of the matter is, sometimes when you're comfortable around a situation or something you're used to, you'd rather not change nothing. It doesn't bother me. So she knows it doesn't bother me. So maybe that's why she asked.
Lenny, can I ask you a question? Are you dating?
Oh, yeah, I'm dating.
Does your person have a problem with you doing that?
Yeah, we do have a problem, but we get to a point where we resolve it because, like I said, my kids live there.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's kind of different.
I commend you. I commend you and your ex-wife. I do. I don't see any problem with it.
I
I'm
think
sorry.
I probably would have looked at it probably a little different if my kids wasn't there, but I know my kids are there, so it's basically beneficial to them in like a certain aspect, or a certain degree.
Lenny, we have another comment from, hold on one
Can I
second.
ask a question?
Hold on 1 second. Dr. Leslie, Ja, and then Rosola. Go ahead.
Lenny, you sound like you're still in love, boy.
Love, maybe not, but I'm good. I'm centered. I'm at a position where it doesn't matter. If we get back together, we do. If we don't, we don't. But we still could. Because to be honest, like I said, we get along now better than when we were together. So that's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
Okay. All right. Ja, you're up, Ja, then Rosola.
I just need to know who was in the interview with Shannon Sharp.
Oh, that was Dave Portnoy.
I need to look him up because I don't know who he is. Thank you.
I'll send you the video.
Oh, and for the gentleman on the stage, does he still add money to that account? Do y'all both still add money to the account you're sharing?
Yeah, we do. We do, because matter of fact, last time there was I had like a drainage issue to the house, and we both had to like collectively add money to get it taken care of. So, like I said, we both use it rationally, so it's never been a problem.
All right, Rosolo, you have another question for Lenny? Or you have a comment for Lenny?
No, he answered my question. And I said, as I said before, if you get along and you're doing it for your children, and there's no argument, and as long as it's not offending the people that you're with, the other people that you're with, I don't see a problem with it. We're so used to having, when you hear divorce, you think toxicity. There are a lot of people that are divorced and are best friends. I have family, they're divorced. They did not get along well in their marriage, and now they're best of friends. He will walk, and she's with someone else. He's with someone else. She has the key to his house. He has the key to her house. When her stepfather died the other day, she called him to cook. Her man can cook too, but he was busy. She called her ex to cook, and he laid out like it was catering service, and they were all there. I've watched them all, the dynamic with all of them together, like they're all best friends because they focus on the kids.
Rosola, I get that, but there are certain lines. I'm sorry, I'm drawing the line with something. You're not. If we are no longer together and we are in other relationships, you don't need to have the key to my house. I don't need to have the key to your house.
That's for you. What works for you?
I know. That's what I'm saying. For me, I'm drawing the line. Now, as it relates to having children, I can see through having a bank account that we both put money in for the sake of looking after the children. I can understand that. But you don't need to have a key to my house, and me not need to have a key to your house. Me and you not there. Me and you not there together. We now come back together. No, sir.
It's not about that. That's the thing. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about, in case of emergency, if you need access to the children because the children go between both houses. She wants to go see her children. She wants to drop something off, and he's not there. It shocked me when I heard it. It took me a while to, even when I first saw them all together, I was like, whoa, this is a lot. But it's not a lot. It works out well. The children are happy. They're happy. They're not disrespecting each other's relationships. It's something that works out for all of them. So I have to respect it. So it works for some and it may not work for others. We don't want no key to my ex house, and my ex now get no key to my house. We don't want a bank account with him. We don't want nothing with him. You understand? And I'm sure he would say the same. And we're good with that.
You know where this can maybe cause an issue? For the new person that comes into the relationship. And like what he just said, if it happens that they get back together, it would. So you start a relationship, you don't really know where you sit because in his mind, he may still go back to that person or vice versa.
I think Lenny might get back with his ex. That's my feeling. I get that vibe. That
100%.
Yeah, I think there is an opening, and I think what has happened is, yes, when they were together. Lenny, I'm just assuming here, okay? Don't come down on me. But this is the feeling I'm getting, that they're when they were together, there were some unresolved issues. This is my humble opinion, right? No, so they separated and now they are best friends. I think they have matured. They're in a different place, a different space, a different mindset, right? Um, and I think some healing may have happened. And I think because of the children too, there is still this connection. And it sounds to me as though they're ready to take a second look at the relationship and probably reignite. That's the feeling I get. Hold on, when you say, Mr. President, look at the first comment I put in the chat. Hold on. I strongly recommend you guys do therapy and makeup. I think they should make up. I see, and if you noticed when, was it you, Dr. Leslie, what you said to him, and he laughed. And remember when he was recanting his story with his friend, telling his friend, and the friend telling him that, oh, love is still there, and telling her love is still there. And what's the response? They laugh. They still love each other. They still love each other. Lenny, you still love your girl, and she still loves you.
He didn't deny loving her. He didn't deny loving her. He didn't deny that he may get back with her. He didn't deny any of that. What he's saying now is right now they're doing the best they feel for their children, their situation right now, and I respect that.
I'm gonna root for them to get. I don't know them, but I'm gonna root for them to get back together.
Hey, go ahead, brother. Do your thing. That's okay. And I think too, when you're on press and there's healing, that healing has happened, and you're in a good space, a content space where you can love a person without there's no animosity, there's no, conniving or anything. I think that's a healthy place to be in. I think that's where you can have genuine connection, So go ahead, play yourself, Lenny boy.
Yeah, moments with all we hear about domestic violence and stuff like that. These type of things, they're good to hear, right? Because
Exactly.
Sometimes you might move on from someone, but what people don't realize, sometimes that one person coming into your life.
Oh, wait, James gone again. James, tell
Wife snatching.
James, where you gone? And you're making a very good point.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, James. Go ahead.
No, I said sometimes that one person come into your life that you can trust more than anything else, and something happened with the relationship. That don't mean you have to be bitter, or like people can live. So these type of things are good, right?
Yeah.
We talk about emotional intelligence. Like this is example of that, right? Like I have a associate, someone that I know, that him and his wife separated, and when she started dating another guy, he called and he said he wanted to take the guy out for a drink because his kids live in the same house, so he wants to know the guy. And they went out and have a drink at the bar and chit chat, So these are good, good stories.
Good stories. And I will say this too. Let me be clear. Having a separation or having a divorce does not always have to be toxic. It really doesn't, folks. We can be adults, we can be grown, and especially when we have children in the equation. Our first priority is our children.
Exactly.
Their mental well-being, their emotional well-being, also their financial well-being. It's no longer about us. They didn't ask to be here. We decided to engage in activities and bring them into this world. Okay, so it's incumbent upon us to see to it that they are provided for, holistically speaking, in all facets. All right. You don't have to like the person or love the person anymore, but at least be amicable. Guess what? One day you're going to share grandchildren, right? Be amicable, to say the least. Be respectful, to say the least. All right? Don't badmouth each other to your children. Please don't do that. And we see that far too often, whether it's in marriages or just relationships that go sour. The negative and derogatory comments that are made to the children about the other party. Remember, it took two of you to make these children. Let us be reasonable. Let us be sensible. Children are the priority. No, you don't have to go to the extent of having a shared account. But which I wouldn't be having. But if it works for you, it works for you. Now, when you both decide to date other people, to bring other people into the equation, because the equation I expand now, all right? When you decide to bring other people into the relationship, whether the mother brings in another man or the man brings in another woman or whatever their preference is, as long as other variables are coming into place, it is important that conversations be had. Set the record straight from day one. Let that person know, especially if they have expressed interest, they want to take the relationship to the next level. Have them understand. Make it clear. No insinuations, nothing like that. Speak it out as clear as day. Let them know what the relationship is between you and your ex. Because what you don't want to have is any sort of discord, discontentment, because things were not laid out on the table. Things were not explained in detail. Positions were not made. Be forthcoming. Say, hey, Moments, you and I talking. I'm deeply interested in having a relationship with you. I want us to take it to the next level. However, it is important for you to know that my ex, Rosolo, and I have a joint account. This is the reason, or these are the reasons for the joint account. Please understand that because she has my children, I will make myself available to her because of my children when she needs me because of the children. Are you okay with this? And if me look for you and tell you I'm not okay with it, I'm not the person for you, because it doesn't, that's not me, right? Now, if I look at you and say, yes, I'm fine with that, it is up to me to stand by that. Not because me just want to have you. I must understand everything that comes with having you. And I can't be okay with it today. And then next year, I'm going to tell you, no, I really have a problem that I don't like it. Let us be careful before we proceed. All right? Please. Circumstances are different for everybody, and it's okay to not be okay with every circumstance. Absolutely, Auntie. Go ahead, Dr. Leslie.
Oh, I just wanted to jump on something that you said. You know, when such a thing is presented, you don't have to have an immediate response if you're okay with it. That requires some thinking and introspection. And so the person presenting the information should not expect a no answer. And the person receiving the information should not feel compelled to give a no response. You can sleep on it. Say, you know what? Let me give that some consideration and be thoughtful and intentional with it. Because a lot of times, because we're in the moment, we want something, we're like, okay, yeah, okay, no, I'm okay with that. Or we were like, no, I'm okay, and we make a rash decision. It's okay to pause, breathe. Like me, I just ran up 4 flights of stairs. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then respect each other's decision. That's important. All right? That is important. I want to say thank you to YouTube. Hold tight, TikTok, YouTube. I want to say thank you so much. Thank you for coming to Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go live on YouTube. And thank you for the engagement. Thank you, AT. Y'all have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We will be back. Hold on. Tomorrow's what? What is tomorrow? Thursday. No, we'll be back Friday. Friday. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. We'll be back Friday. Depends on how timing goes. I might come on briefly tomorrow, but I do have some things that I need to take care of. So it might be a very short one tomorrow. But thank you so much. See you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Walk in love, spread love. That is the only way. Have this. Enjoy. Take care. Bye. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.